Yes, guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan, and welcome to the Tottenham fan phone-in show ahead of our last home game of the season, which is taking place at 12:30 tomorrow. But we've got a lot of news to get through, as there's been sort of news coming out all day on Tottenham's pursuit of a manager and a director of football. But before we get straight into it, Dermot, how are you keeping, my man?
I am keeping fine, Dave. Looking forward to our last home game of the season. Thank God for that. We're nearly there. We're nearly at the end of the season. We can then go away, recharge our batteries, and come back in August fighting and raring again. But look, a lot of news this morning. Director of football, new manager. Things are looking bright on the world of Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, look, and hopefully we could get that sorted out so we could sort of get into our summer plans and start acting more or less straight away to give ourselves the best possible start into next season. For those who was wondering where Jacko is, Jacko's actually on his travels. I think he's heading over. I'm not sure whether it's his missus' mother and father or his mother and father, but he's heading to one of them anyway, and he's on a flight on the way over there. So no Jacko today, so you're just going to have to put up with myself and Dermatron, to be honest with you. So that's who's here today. But look, we're going to take some comments here quickly from the chat. We're going to see what they have to say, and then I'm going to get into how the day has unfolded with the news. So we have Dan Davenport. My ideal choice of head coach would be Max Allegri, who, of course, went out of the Europa League last night to Sevilla, to Brian Gil-Messi.
I know.
Good assist for Lamela. You actually couldn't write it too tough. Well, one we gave to them for practically nothing, plus 20 million, and then we loaned that guy that we took off them back to them, and they set them up and put them in a European Cup final. You could not write it, It was great, though, to see Brian Gil-Messi and his luscious locks, flowing in that midnight breeze behind him, Dermot. It was really good to see.
I bet you, Dave, you're watching the TV, just the juice is coming out. You just look at that man. I want him back. I want him. And that's great to see. I love Gil-Messi. I reckon he'll be a sensation at Tottenham if we give him a chance.
Yeah, look, it's all about giving the guy a chance. And look, let's be honest. Look, we're not really going to know what he's sort of made of until someone actually, puts a bit of faith in him, gives him a chance. But if Tim Steidten comes in as DOF, he might very well look to keep Gil around that squad. Jazz Fusion says no to the question because as a German soccer fan, I don't hear good things about Steidten. Steidten, whatever you pronounce it. Look, to be honest with you, I've heard some decent things about him. He's supposed to be a visionary, this guy. And look, when I've looked at his recruitment, it hasn't been too shabby either, to be honest with you, Jazzy Fusion. But to what he's alluding to is I do actually have a poll up in the chat if people do want to answer it. And it says, would you be happy with Arne Slot as manager and Tim Steidten as head of recruitment? Yes, no, or don't care. Both will fail under Enoch. So get your votes in on that poll. Big up Jazzy Fusion. We also have Spencer Arnold, who says, what do you not like about him? From what I've heard, he's great at finding talents. Apparently, he was involved in getting Frimpong, Verts, and many more, which we will go through. You're absolutely spot on, Spencer. Big up Neil Shafton. Good morning. Hopefully you are keeping well, sir. We also have Derek Hutchinson. Good morning, my man. And good afternoon. Hopefully you are keeping well, my man. We also have Clement. Big up, everyone. Big up, Clement. Hopefully you're keeping well, sir. We've got Terry Wright. Happy Friday, everyone. Yeah, I don't know if it's happy, especially with what's going on at Tottenham, but look, the pain is about to end, Terry. It's about to end, my man. Big up Jacob, Spurs, United Spurs of America, says, big ups, I like the new thumbnail. Yeah, if people do like the new thumbnail, don't be afraid to put it in and give us a big up on that. Really appreciate that, my man. It's probably one of the best pictures you can find of me, which isn't saying much, Jacob. Big ugly man here. But big up Adrian Shock as well. Hopefully you're keeping well, sir. And then we also have Amuval Randomized says, really hopeful for Slot. He's a great match, probably our best pick from all the available managers. We have Annie Nigan says, all the managers reject Tottenham job. I am not happy. No, are you a Spurs fan, Andy, or are you a Liverpool fan? Because you got a Liverpool crest beside your name. I need to know what's going on here, my man.
I think he's a Liverpool fan, Dave.
I've asked him before, but I don't think I've got an answer off him, so we need an answer. Foggy folks, good afternoon, everyone. Keen to know which revamp will demand more under Slot or Enrique. Complete change needed. Yeah, look, I think it's a hard one to know because, look, both managers are going to need defenders. They're going to need a new goalkeeper, but it's what else they need outside of that to suit their system. To be honest with you, Foggy Foam. I think, look, someone like Arne Slot, he'll definitely need a cam. If you're looking at Enrique, he's going to need someone a lot more technical in midfield on the ball as well. So it's hard to really know. To be honest with you, whatever manager comes in here, it needs a build, my man. It needs a build. Big up, Ribsy. Good to see you. He is our first guest of the afternoon, guys. So make sure you stay tuned for the one and only Ribsy. Big up, Joff, as well. Good evening, my man. We also have Carl Simpson. Good to see you, Carl. Hopefully you're keeping well. We've also got the one and only Jason Bell. Big up, my man. Hopefully you're keeping well. Let me know if you're going to the game tomorrow. Big up, Wilson94. We're keeping well, sir. How are you? Do let us know. We're going to take a few more comments, and then we will crack on with how the news today has unfolded. These Ahmet says Arne Slot would be a good option, but if we get a new director of football soon, would we convince Nagelsmann to come? Because Nagelsmann said that he wants to know who the new director of football is before he joins. Look, if we do get a director of football, if it is Tim Steidten, it'd be interesting to see whether we do end up going back in for Nagelsmann or make a last sort of attempt at Nagelsmann saying, look, this is our director of football, yes or no. If not, we go with Arne Slot. Be interesting to see, however, with Spurs trying to say that they didn't talk to Nagelsmann and Nagelsmann saying they did communicate. I'm not sure Tottenham are going to go back on that word because they will look awfully silly, my man. Awfully silly. So it's hard to see them go back on that. What do you think on that, Dermo?
Look, Nagelsmann's gone. I think Nagelsmann's going to Real Madrid. If he's going to go anywhere, Ancelotti, I think, will go in the next few days, and Nagelsmann will go into there. Look, I think Slot's probably the best man for the job. And I'm, as I said to you earlier, a bit underwhelmed by it, but more look into it, more look at what he's done. He's won trophies. He's done well at Feyenoord. Give him the right money, the right recruitment. This man can take us to the next level, no problem.
He's bald and his middle name is Martin, the second coming of Martin Yole. You know, his last name, you just add a J in there, move a few letters around. You know, you've got Martin Yole. So who knows? Who knows? We've also got IrishHotspur this afternoon. All big up, my man. Hopefully you're keeping well. Good afternoon, Eddie. Not so sunny here today, so you're definitely beating us weather-wise out in Dubai. Hopefully you're keeping well, my man. We also have Carmen Agoma says, yes, big up. You've got Eddie Burns. Good to see you, sir. We also have Keith Edwards, guys. It's been doom and gloom for some time. Slot is going a good step in the right direction on the long road ahead. Of course, that's if the DOF wants Slot come on you Spurs. Yeah, it's been a long road, especially the last 4 years. And if these two guys do come in, which I'm going to speak about and get onto a bit more now in a minute, you know, I just hope it works out because my biggest thing is and I get it. It's sad to see so many Spurs fans angry, sort of disillusioned with what's going on at this club, you know, and it can't continue like this. And, you know, if Slot can come in and get a young, hungry, energetic, attacking team together, a bit like what he sort of formed at Feyenoord, I do think it would get many fans sort of on side and to give the next project a chance. So let's wait and see what happens, Keith, my man. Big up, Mark P. Hopefully you're keeping well, sir. We've also got Mark Ivy. No more defensive Italians. Definitely not. We also have KPV. Just quick question, KPV. Did I see you in an Arsenal jersey last night? Let me know. I think I did. Do let me know. Big up, Perchy. Hopefully you're keeping well, sir. Big yourself up, my man. This guy's a good guy as well, by the way. Get over and do check out the Perchy TV. Big up, Perchy. We've got Neil G. The more I see Slot, the more I want him. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Neil G. And he says, Dave, you see Slot's press about an hour ago. He was quizzed by UK journalists. To me, he looks like he is coming. Yeah. Look, I'm going to go through the news now, Neil. It does look like that. This is going to be our guy along with Tim. Look, it looks like that way to me. Look, he's done a good job at Feyenoord, and I can understand why he turned Leeds down in February because he was still in Europe. He was pushing on for a league title in Holland. And now that that's done, you'd look at it. Some of their players will probably be picked off again like they were last year, with some of them picked off going to the Premier League, and he rebuilding and stuff like that. I'm not sure whether he fancies that rebuild heading into a Champions League season. So coming to Tottenham, I think, look, it's a bigger job. we can offer him double the wages. I think Feyenoord are trying to offer him a new contract, which is rumored to be about 3.5 million. But like you look at what we paid Conte, 14 million. So it's sort of like, we can offer this guy double. And I do think he'd probably end up at Tottenham, my man. And then we also have Wilson. He says, "Oh, good day, my man. Personally, Enrique is the dream. Would be brilliant to see us play in a more technical way. Slot is a great shout too. My worry is both may have similar fates to Jose Antonio." But look, this is what I'm going to get onto as well, and I'll get onto it more detail in a minute. But it's now down to us to listen to these guys. If you're going to bring these guys in, and it does look like when you look at both of what the director or what Tim does, what Arne Slot has done at Feyenoord, you do see how they can work together and a cohesion there in that plan, in them appointments. However, I still maintain it comes down to the club listening to them, what they recommend, what they put forward, and trying to get it over the line. Also comes down to giving Arne Slot a lot more power than what we've given other managers. The first thing that needs to be cut out is if a player is not playing, if he doesn't like the answer the manager gives him, then heading up to Daniel. That has to be cut out, because all you're doing is undermining your manager at every opportunity, whether it's meant or not. That's what it's actually doing. So that has to stop. The final buck has to stop with Slot. Once you have that, you have players that then fear for their places. Once they fear for their places, you usually get everything out of the player, or you then test their character. Do they want to knock them down and get back in the team, or do they just cry and whimper? If they cry and whimper, fuck them out. If they want to knock them down and get back in the team, fair enough. But, that's the stage we need to get at for any of these guys to really have an opportunity. Wilson, you're absolutely spot on.
And also, Dave, Scott Munn's also got to come into this as well. The three of them have to work together. Whatever Scott Munn's new appointment is at the club now, if he's in charge on the football side, him, the new director of football, and Slot all have to work together as a team to move us forward. So maybe things might change a little bit now if Munn is in charge of the football side and Levy's having nothing more to do with it. So we'll have to see how that pans out.
We'll wait and see. Look, I'm one of them. I'm a bit skeptical on Scott Munn's role. I'm going to wait and see how sort of what he does when he gets here. But look, that's for another day. Big up Nick. He says, wouldn't it be so damn sweet if Poch ended up at Real Madrid last minute? Well, the reports today, I think Football London put out an article earlier where they're saying, could Spurs make a last-ditch attempt for Poch? I wouldn't write it off with the way we operate as a club, but it does look like he's sort of set for Chelsea, Nick, unfortunately. It'd be nice if Madrid came in last minute and took him away. Sadly, I don't see it happening, to be honest with you, though, Nick. But, Nick, hopefully you are joining me for that watch-along tomorrow. Big yourself up, sir. We'll take a few more comments, then I'll get into some of the news. We've got the multi-channel. Big yourself up. We've got Sander Mulligan, Mellingen as well. Afternoon. Big yourself up. Big up Mick Hermalock as well. We also have Shoryam Uchil says, get a new manager in DOF is good, but we need to get the bad players like Eric Dyer out and our first club, out of our club first. Give him a new contract. Yeah, I agree. Completely agree with that. Don't disagree with that whatsoever. He's got to go. He's just got to go. And we'll take this from Philly, and then we've got Shem10, and then we'll take Super Chat from Wayne Bonner and kick into the news. Philly says, one question, Pep improves players like Grealish. What would he have done with Kane? Do you think England would have won a World Cup? Look, I'm not sure England would have won a World Cup. I don't think they had the back line to win that World Cup. If you want me to be brutally honest with you, it was completely average, that back line. And if it got tested more and more, you would have seen it exposed a bit more, to be honest. Look, Kane would have scored about 50 goals on the Guardiola. Let's be realistic here. He would have scored 50 goals on them. Would he have improved Kane? I think he might have improved his movement. You look at a lot of the strikers that Guardiola gets in, it's more, a lot of it is movement based, especially with Haaland. Rather than getting on the ball, a lot of it is movement, like, wearing the balls in certain areas, have your striker looking to get into certain areas and stuff like that. I definitely think he probably would have improved him in that aspect, Philly, for sure. Big up, my man. And then we have Shem Tan. He says, can someone please explain the difference between technical director, director of football, and sporting director? Are they all the same? Well, I think Tim Steidten, I'd be surprised to see him given a director of football role, considering Scott Munn is head of football in operations. Look, I'm not sure exactly what the technical differences are between them, but my guess would be that the next guy coming in here would be head of recruitment rather than director of football, to be honest with you. That's where I'm at with that. Sporting director, Shem Tam, I think that's more someone that sort of overlooks the whole sporting operations and sort of makes decisions on that. I believe. So yeah, look, they're all titles, but realistically, you know, the jobs sort of more or less stay the same. To be honest with you, and the Perchy TV says, "Where do we see us next season, lads? Whoever comes in, we need to give them time." That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing, Perchy. You can't keep sitting here calling for managers to be sacked, this, that, and the other. And we also can't keep falling into the narrative of not a narrative, but we can't keep falling into the trap of, you know, blaming every single manager that walks in here for not getting the better out of players that we know have been a problem since they've come here, this, that, and the other. At some stage, we've got to be fair to a manager and say, yeah, look, he hasn't had everything. You've got to continue to invest in this guy. You've got to continue to back this guy. Now, look, I understand why fans didn't see that with Conte, because it was sort of only an 18-month contract, so I can understand that. But we can't keep calling for managers to be sacked. At some point, you've got to look at the squad and go, look, it does need improvement. This area needs improvement. That area needs improvement. And it needs improvement so that we can help the player instill his philosophy into the team. This whole notion that a manager needs to come in and get the best out of players, this, that, and the other, there's not a lot of managers in the game that actually do that. You've got Roy Hodgson, who sort of does that with Palace. But you look at teams that go and win trophies, Guardiola, he more or less rebuilt that City team to suit his style of play. Jurgen Klopp as well, he didn't work with what he came in and worked with. He ended up rotating and building that Liverpool squad until he had a squad that he felt he could work with. And unfortunately, that's just what we've got to do at Tottenham. But spending money isn't the issue. It's how we spend it. So, you know, Tim has a big job coming in here, sort of getting that scouting department into gear, to be honest with you. And then we've got Wayne Bonner. Is this more concrete than a pair of mafia boots? Look, take everything with a pinch of salt in terms of the media and all that sort of stuff. That's what I would say. But when you go through the reports, a lot of them are suggesting Arne Slot is the front runner. You know, and when I look at it, I do think it will be Arne Slot and Tim. It does look like that. But look, I'm going to go through the reports, Wayno. I'll let you make it up for yourself. Let me know what you decide. So look, it does look like Tottenham are closing in on a director of football. It probably end up being head of recruitment and a new manager if reports are to be believed. So this morning, before any of us rose out of bed, Fabrizio Romano said Tottenham will decide on a new director of football in the next days. Then it will be time to advance in talks for the new head coach. Understand IrishHotspur is no longer in talks with Tottenham due to different visions of the director role. Tim Steidten, one of the three names on the list. And then we got more reports coming out of Sky Sports through Lyle Thomas. That was at around 11 a.m. this morning, saying Feyenoord increasingly concerned about losing Arne Slot to Tottenham. He's one of the top contenders. Dutch clubs still trying to offer him a new contract. But like I said, you know, some of his best players will probably be picked off this summer. Going into a Champions League season, probably another rebuild on his hands at Feyenoord. And if the Champions League doesn't go quite so well, maybe some of the jobs that potentially he could get now won't be there next season if he's not doing so well in the Champions League with Feyenoord. Maybe the noise calms down around him a little bit as well. So I would say it's probably the right time for him now to jump ship if that's what he wanted to do. Then we had Matt Law from the Telegraph at around 12 p.m. He says Daniel Levy is getting closer to settling on his preferred candidate for the vacant head coach job, with Luis Enrique and Arne Slot understood to be the front runners. Also going on to say Tottenham chairman Daniel Levy is believed to hope that he can settle on his top choice relatively soon and start making plans for what promises to be a busy summer. So we'll get into that in just a little bit with Dermo as well about the busy summer coming ahead. Do we believe that? Do we not? I think one thing we'll all agree on is we need it for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
And then Sammy Mockbell came out and said Luis Enrique is a serious contender for the Tottenham job, whilst Arne Slot is also an attractive option. Ollie Glasner has also held talks with Spurs, and he also said there is hope Tottenham will be in a position to settle their preferred candidate for the head coach role in the next fortnight. And then DiMarzio have come out and said this afternoon via Sky Sports, Arne Slot advancing for Tottenham's managerial positioning. Positive talks have already taken place with the Feyenoord with the Feyenoord boss. So a lot to sort of unpack and break down there, Dermotron.
Yeah.
So, it does look like that Arne Slot is going to be the front runner for the manager position. So let's talk a bit about Arne Slot for a couple of minutes. Dermo, with some of the other names that have been on the list, Ange Postecoglou, Nagelsmann, a lot of fans sort of really wanted Poch to sort of be given a go back here. Is Arne Slot an underwhelming appointment for you, or are you excited by an Arne Slot?
I said to you, Dave, today, we talked about it earlier this morning, that I feel a bit underwhelmed by it all. Do you know what I mean? We had Nagelsmann tangled in front of us like a rabbit looking for a carrot. You know, it was like we were chasing this carrot. It's Nagelsmann. Then you had the Celtic manager in the frame, and then you had Poch then in the frame, and we've all been dangled all these managers that, oh yeah, he'd be great, and then Slot sort of come along out of nowhere, and you're thinking, yeah, okay, he's done well in Holland, but he's not an Nagelsmann, he's not a Poch, and he's not the manager at Celtic. So yeah, it is a bit underwhelming. But look, if he comes in, I'll back him. Give him time, let it get his philosophy in, and who knows, he could bring us to the next level. And he's done so well at Feyenoord as well, getting him into the Champions League. He's won a league with them as well, and he's done well in Europe this season with them as well, and he's playing attractive football. It's what we want to see. We don't want defensive football anymore. So if he's going to bring that to us, then yeah, let's give it a go. But it wouldn't be my first choice, to be fair. I would have had Nagelsmann or Poch in there.
Yeah, look, I don't think it would have been anyone's first choice, Darmo. I think when you look at Pochettino, Nagelsmann, or the names that were on the list, I think many of them, they would have been many other people's first choice. But look, the reality is we are where we're at. Yeah. We never reached out to Pochettino. I let people make up their own conclusions on that. I feel they're never going to bring him back here because it undermines everything that they've spent over the last 4 years instead of doing it the first time. So I fear as long as Daniel Levy and Ineke here, you might not see Poch back at Tottenham. When you look at Julian Nagelsmann, he had every right to ask who the director of football is going to be, what recruitment's going to be put in place, because this is a guy that got sacked by Bayern Munich. He wants to sort of get his career back on track and take it back in the direction it was once going in, and he ain't going to let a club like Tottenham Hotspur sort of derail that. So he had every right to ask them questions. Obviously, we didn't do enough to satisfy him. So we're left where we are at with, you see Ollie Glasner mentioned today, Luis Enrique, you had Amorim, you had Postecoglou, you had Arne Slot. Now, for me, I would have rather a Postecoglou or an Amorim even ahead of an Arne Slot. But when I look into Arne Slot, Dermo, there's definitely a lot that this guy can offer Tottenham, He's gone into a league where it's predominantly dominated by Ajax and sort of PSV. Feyenoord is sort of a small club over there, and he's done a really good job with them. He finished third the season before, and he also lost Malacia, Senesi, and Sinisterra to the Premier League, and he had to rebuild, and he basically sort of rebuilt that by plucking players from lower divisions, youngsters, promoting some youngsters and stuff like that, and rebuilt it to go on and win a league title this year. And when you look around at Tottenham, Paratici he lowered the average age of the squad with his recruitment. A lot of our recruitment was 25 or under. You've got a lot of youngsters out on loan. You've brought some in for the under-21s. The under-17s and under-18s both winning that Premier League Cup. So it does look like that Tottenham are maybe looking to hire a manager that's going to start incorporating a lot of these players, and that maybe this is the future that Tottenham's going down. And this guy does have history of it, and he doesn't need massive amounts of money either. He is a guy that can work with players and sort of mold them into what he needs. But when I look at him, he does it with a lot of youngsters. He doesn't walk in here with a lot of the older players and start molding them into what he needs. So what does that mean for like an Eric Dyer? What does that mean for a Sanchez, who just will not be able to play this guy's exciting brand of attacking football? Does that mean the end of Harry Winks finally? Does that mean the end of Ndombele, Lo Celso, etc.? Does that mean Gil Messi might come back in and get a look in? Jed Spence, people like that, Dane Scarlett, stuff like that. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens with Arne Slot, and he's definitely a talented manager for sure. And then, Jermo, you look at Tim Steidten. So, there was an interview that he gave today, and basically he said, Germany and England are definitely the two leagues that interest me the most. There are already offers, including from the Premier League. Honestly, there's not that many clubs in the Bundesliga that appeal to me and where I am needed right now. So that sort of alludes that, unless it's a massive club in Germany, he's heading to the Premier League. So it does look, you put 2 and 2 together. Tottenham have spoke to this guy. So it does look like that this guy could end up the next, I'm going to say director of football, even though I think it will be announced as head of recruitment. But you just got to look at some of this guy's recruitment. And I'll go through some names for you now. So at Leverkusen, Demirabi, Tapsoba, Palacios, Diaby, Florian Wirtz, Schick, Frimpong, Hincape. So there's a lot of young players that he brought in that they've developed, and now they're, a lot of clubs are sniffing around these guys, and they could end up heading on for potentially massive fees. He brought in Kevin De Bruyne in on loan, I think it was at Wolfsburg. Also brought in Gnabry when his time at Arsenal didn't really work out. So he's got a lot of he really does look at the youth, and he's got a very good eye for the youth, that Dermo. But he's also data-driven as well, a bit like what Brentford have, a bit like what Brighton have in their sort of recruitment, which is what many fans, the route they want to go down.
I think it's the route we're going to have to go down. But you look all the young players we've got coming back. We've got Destiny coming back now to start next season. As you said, Jed Spence, Gil Messi. You got and then you got the youngsters in the under-18s and the under-17s that did well this season. We have a lot of good young players. Dean Scarlett, even Troy Parrott, if he can come back in, and if Slot can work something on him, we've got the future is quite exciting at Tottenham. If we get the right manager and he's allowed to bring his own philosophy in and what he's doing, if he's allowed to do that, I think we could be on for a winner. You don't have to have a big name manager or big name director of football to be successful. And, Brighton and Brentford are an example of that. Look at Brighton this season. And you look at Brentford as well. I mean, I'm a big fan of Thomas Frank. And how their setup is there. So if we can follow their models, Tottenham could be in a very good place next season. Really could be. And it looks very exciting for what's to come.
Yeah, if that's the vision, if that's the route to go down, that they are looking to incorporate some of the youngsters out on loan, if the ultimate vision is to maybe long-term look at maybe making a pathway for some of them under-18s, maybe under-17s is a bit young, but some of the under-18s and under-21s, because you also look at it, Dermo, we've lost a lot of sort of young players coming through the academies over the years. You had Dennis Serkin, who left and went to Sunderland. Madueke, who left and went to PSV and now signed for Chelsea, big money. You had Marcus Edwards, who left and went out to Portugal. You had a guy called Lewis Binks, who left and went out to Italy. You had Lavinia, who also was offered a new contract, refused and left. So you're seeing, and also Romain Mundel has been offered a new contract, and he sort of has refused it, and he's probably on his way out this summer as well. So a lot of Tottenham's young players, they're not really getting a look in, they're not really getting a chance. So, and we're sort of stacked up in that area, as well as we're stacked up with a lot of shit as well. Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see, if that is the actual route that goes down. And it is exciting. I think it's hard not to get excited by young, hungry players, especially because they might actually change some of the atmosphere around the club, where you've got some players who they're just not hungry anymore, and you can see it in their performances and everything else, in their demeanor and stuff like that. So it'd be very interesting and it'd be very exciting. However, is it going to lead to what Spurs fans want at the end of the day, which is a trophy? I find it hard myself to see that being the final sort of end product under someone like Arne Slot. However, he can definitely get us back on the right track. But him and Tim, Arne and Tim, brilliant. Arne and Tim sounds like a kids' TV program.
It sounds like something out of Sesame Street back when I was a youngster. That's what it sounds like.
But like when you look at Tim Steidten's recruitment at previous clubs, when you look at Arne Slot and how he sort of built up Feyenoord, AZ Alkmaar as well, it's clear that we are looking to go down and use younger players and stuff like that, and it can work at Tottenham. But it relies on them being allowed to do their jobs. There's no point in bringing in Tim. No. He goes and says, I want this guy. For instance, Florian Wirtz, he brought off another German academy, brought him into the Leverkusen academy, and look at him now. You know, he's one of the best youngsters in world football. Now, are Tottenham going to do that if he comes to them with a player? I'm not quite so sure. However, what I will say, I think he's got a better chance than what Steve Hitchen did, than what Paratici did, because the players that he might be looking to bring here, you know, they might not require huge, massive fees. They might be from sort of lesser clubs. There might be less competition for these guys. So it might actually suit Daniel Levy and the way he wants to operate. You look at Pochettino's Tottenham squad. A lot of it was built out of what we already sort of had in and around the club at the time. So it might actually suit Daniel Levy. So I hope that, you know, he lets this guy get on with his job. Now, that remains to be seen whether it will or not, because at the end of the day, he still has to sign off the checks, whether we like it or not. So it'll be interesting, but he has to let him work. But the same as Arne Slot, he's got to make sure that the players know that if Arne Slot, whatever he says goes, that it has to be the culture, the culture set at Tottenham. Because if not, Arne Slot will fail, and so will Tim Steidten fail as well. So it's all up to us from learning over our mistakes, that from Pochettino, maybe not continuing on with him and investing under him, the mistakes that we made under Jose Mourinho, the mistakes that we made under Conte. It's about learning from them and actually letting these guys work and do their job. Rely and trust on their expertise, Dermo.
There is something I will say. We've got something to build on from Paratici for what he left at the club and what he's built within the scouting network and what he was building. And I think if we can build on top of that, and let Slot do his job at Tottenham. Let him be the manager. Let him get rid of Dyer and the Sanchez and all them older players. Bring in these young players like we had on the pitch, who are hungry, who wants to succeed, who want all the togetherness that we had on the pitch, and bring back that sort of Birkinshaw, Bill Nicholson type spirit that we had in the 60s and 80s, respectively. I think if we can let them do their jobs, Levy just concentrate on the business side, let them focus on the football side, we could have a very successful football side very quickly. As you say, maybe Slot might not take us there, but he can lay the foundations for the next manager to come in and say, right, or like a Ryan Mason, right, you've seen what I've done. You're quite happy to take on my philosophy, right? You carry it on and do it like a Liverpool did over the years. Recruit from within. It continues the recruitment, the philosophy all through the football club. And if we can do that and let them do what they want to do, then I think Tottenham Hotspur can be very successful over the next 10, 15 years, because it's what we need. We need to start from now for the future. It's not about 5 years. It's about 15, 20 years time, when some of these young players are getting older, and you build a youth academy to keep like a conveyor belt, bringing them in, and that's what we need to do.
Yeah, 100%, Dermo. 100% we do. And just maybe my last point on as well, it's like, for me, if this doesn't work out and they don't let these guys work, they'll never let anyone work. Like, look, you know, if you want to be a cynic, you would say under Conte, under Jose Mourinho, if you sort of let them get exactly what they want, where does that spending stop, right? You know, you could be hundreds of millions of pounds in and stuff like that. But so there's no excuses under these guys. You know, you look at Tim Steidten's recruitment, a lot of it from sort of lower clubs than the one he's at, lower leagues, sort of stuff like that. Kids from academy, which he nurtures and develops and plots a pathway into the first team. And Arne Slot as well, like, you know, at his recruitment at Feyenoord, again, a lot of recruitment from lower leagues, you know, youths and stuff like that. So this project isn't going to require the amount of money that a Conte and Mourinho project would. So if they don't let these guys do their job, then there's no excuses, nowhere for Enoch to run anymore, because you've had both ends of the barrel at that point, you know.
I mean, very quickly, Dave, I mean, you look at Poch, he bought Dele Alli from MK Dons, League Two. A lot of these players he bought from lesser leagues and lesser, no big clubs.
You look at Danny Rose, we brought him in from the Leeds Academy, and Kyle Walker, Sheffield United Academy, Aaron Lennon, Leeds Academy, you know.
You can do it on a small budget basic and be successful. All big clubs, Liverpool back in the 80s, I say it again, every year they only bought 2 players. They sold 2, bought 2 in. That's all they did every season. And look how successful they were. And they did it on the squad of 14 or 15 players for the whole season.
Yeah.
So you don't have to spend millions. Ferguson up United didn't spend millions to keep the United train going. So do you know what I mean? You don't have to spend millions and millions and millions to be successful.
It's about how you recruit, Darmo. You can get gems out there. Like Luka Modric, for instance, right? I think we bought him in for 12 point something million from Dynamo Zagreb. You know, a lot of clubs sort of knew about him. He was on a lot of the clubs' radar. You know, look what we brought him in. Like, you know, not from one of the most prestigious clubs out there, but look at what he went on to do for Tottenham. Look at what he went on to do in his career in general. So there are players out there that we can actually get in here that will improve us. That doesn't have to be massive amounts of money. Now, we're going to take a few super chats here, Dermo, and then we're going to start getting on the guests. And the first guest is Ribsy. Just before we do, just quickly, actually. So we've got Farrell. He says, there is a story doing the rounds linking firing our captain, Orkon Kochu with Spurs. What do you guys think of him? Look, I'll be honest, I don't know too much about the guy, if you want me to be brutally honest. That's more Jack's forte. Jack loves these obscure players with weird names. But look, you know, he's come in, he's done a good job for Arne Slot, and Arne Slot really trusts him. He's a centre midfielder, good on the ball, gets stuck in as well. So it's definitely a name to keep an eye on there for sure. And if Tim Steidten comes in, we've been linked with Hincapié before, so that'd be another name to maybe keep an eye on. And then Stevie Fraser says, can he cut in the Premier League though? No, fair question. Absolutely fair question, Stevie Fraser. It's a different ball game altogether. Even the size of Tottenham, complete different animal to Feyenoord. So be interested to see where they can make that step up. Now, there's examples for both. You look at Ten Hag at Man United. It's worked out there. But then you look at, who was it? Was it one of the Koku brothers? Or one of the De Boer brothers? I can't remember.
Ronald Koeman. Ronald Koeman at Palace.
Whoever it was, you know, he only lasted a couple of games. It just didn't work out. His style, his philosophy, and that just really didn't suit Crystal Palace. So it'll be interesting to see whether he can step up. And look, Stevie, this is the biggest gamble. I think if you brought in a Pochettino and Nagelsmann, there wouldn't be that fear. Whereas with Arne Slot, that is the biggest question. Can he replicate it in a league that's a different animal, at a club that's a different animal? Absolute fair question, my man. What I will say is he's got a chance. It's whether we help him out or not, to be honest with you, Stevie. We've got Jason Bell. Big up, Jason. Hopefully you're keeping well. He says, I saw a report that Munn's task is to create a culture for success across the entire club. Director of football and manager doesn't matter until that task is successful. I mean, it's hard to get a guy to come in and create a culture for success when we haven't had any. You know, he's practically starting from ground zero. He's starting from scratch. Look, it's hard to know with Scott Munn. Like, you know, he's got a lot of experience in the City Group. He's got experience with the Olympics Committee over in Australia. And it's hard to know whether he's sort of here to attract maybe more sports. You might see bobsledding down the South Stand at some stage. You know, you just don't know. Is he being brought in here with Spurs potentially looking at setting up something like a City Group or Leipzig Group where they might buy other clubs across other countries? I'm not so sure. I'm a bit dubious on Scott Munn's role. Now, obviously, look, it's sort of a barrier between, you know, Daniel Levy and Tim, Daniel Levy, Arne Slot, where it's sort of someone that they go to, and if he can't deal with it, he goes and speaks to Levy. But also, with the business side, you know, sort of becoming so demanding and it being every single day of the week, Daniel Levy will stay on that. He doesn't have time to oversee and overlook everything that's going on the football side of things either. So hopefully with him being distracted by the business might actually allow Scott Munn to operate. I'm just a bit dubious on the guy. Look, I'm going to give him a chance. Let's see what he comes in here. Let's see what he actually does. But I'm a bit dubious on this one. I'm not sure because you can't put a pass in it. You got to remember they owned Rangers, they owned AEK Athens, they owned one of the Prague clubs as well. So they do have previous of owning different clubs. So is that something they're looking to get back into? For me, that's where I feel it could be heading. And I want to be wrong. But I do feel that they're sort of looking to get into one of them setups like a City Group, like a Leipzig Group. But Dermot, what's your initial thoughts on what Scott Munn is asked to do? I'm not really going to have a say in the players that come in here. That'll be Tim's job. Not really going to manage the squad. That's Arne Slot's sort of job. So what do you think one's going to be here to do?
I think one's here to bring more like the concerts, like the more sporting events, like the boxing and overseeing all of that. I think that's what he's here for. I don't think he's here for the football side. I think he's here for like the boxing or the NFL and try to organise all of that, because football really hasn't been his forte. You say he's been in with the Olympics and he's been in different sports. So, have to wait and see. It's a strange one, this Dave, bringing him in. It really is. It's a strange one. We have to wait and see. But I agree with you. I hope we're not going to go down that route where Enoch throw a curveball and that's what he's here for, like they've done at other clubs. And I just really hope it's not. But I've got a funny feeling it might be.
Jason Bell as well. I've no doubt that Scott Munn will, he's not just over the men's team. I think he'll sort of have a lot to do with the women's team that set up with that game sort of evolving, because he had something to do with one of the women's league out in Australia as well. And he's a real driving force behind that for, to bring it to the fore, to get it the attention and stuff like that. So I've no doubt with the women's game sort of, going through a phase right now where they're getting a lot of recognition, a lot more money coming into the game. I wonder, is he going to be focused on that as well? It'd be very interesting to see Jason Bell. You've got Adrian Chia. Big up, Adrian, my man. He says, we are in the top 8 despite a mess, and Slot will probably get us into top 6 to get back top 4 and win trophies. Enoch have to leave Football Matters to football people. So, Dermot, I guess what Adrian Chi is trying to say, look, he's not here. He's not going to deliver you trophies straight away. It's sort of like going to be a building process where it's like we're in the top 8, get back into top 6 first, then top 4, and then sort of take it from there. Do you agree with Adrian Chi? That's more what Arne Slot is sort of brought in here to do. And then, off the back of that, will the board actually have the patience if we're not in the running for top 4 next year? Because they have sat their 3-4 previous managers, Jose Mourinho, Nuno, and Pochettino on that basis.
Yeah, look, I agree with Adrian here. I think he is bringing us here to the. We've got to do this in stages, and I think that's what he's brought in to do. Bring us up to the next level. Bring us up to that top 6 level, or fighting for a cup, a League Cup, or an FA Cup. But the board have to be patient with them. Have to give them time. We can't keep sacking managers left, right, and centre. Every time you sack a manager, it sets you back. So we're bringing him in. Let him build something at Tottenham. Let him put the foundations down. And when he's taken as far as he can after 3 or 4 years, then bring the manager to take us to the next level. We've got to do it right now. We've been given a chance to rebuild it properly. Let's do it right. Let's not do what we did with Poch, go so far and then get all giddy thinking, we can win the league now. And bring in the top manager and let it all go to pieces. We've got to do it right. And I agree with Adrian. He will be here to get us back into that top 4. But win a League Cup, win an FA Cup, he might be able to do that because they're one-off matches. So you never know what's going to happen in them games.
Well, we do know if Dyer and Sanchez and that stay around. If they don't, give me a bit of renewed optimism. But look, this guy, he does have to come in and sort of hit the ground running to get that buzz behind him, to get the fans behind him, maybe to get the media behind him a little. If he thinks he can come in here and he can lose 10 games on the bounce before, and stuff like that, it's not going to happen. But, the fans also have to give this guy a chance. And it'd be interesting to see whether the fans will give this guy a chance, whether they will put up with a project. I know you got a lot of fans calling for it now, but it's a different story if you're not winning games or there's nothing really there that you can see to get behind going forward. So Arne Slot has a big job on his hands. But, look, let's see if he can make us top 6 next season. It's a big ask, though, Adrian. And it'd be interesting to see how much patience fans really have for a rebuild, to be honest with you, my man. But like I said before, any manager can have a chance of working out if their expertise in their fields are actually listened to. So big up Adrian, big up Jason Bell, and big up Wayne Bonner. Really appreciate the support, boys. And then we have Kuva 99. Every time I see that 99, I keep thinking of the ice cream starmer with the flakes in it.
I know what you mean. I fancy one now.
Oh, unbelievable. I'm getting hungry now. But he says, big up Dave and Dermotron, aka Dermot. Let's hope the summer can spring a few surprises and give us something to cheer about. Life is too short and this Spurs community needs to be able to heal. We need our Spurs back. Yeah. Look, I would hope that there's going to be a few surprises, Kuva. I really do. However, when I look, if it is a Tim and Arne sort of duo, we're not going to get any massive signings in the door. Look, most people would argue we don't get them anyway. But, I think the recruitment, I think it would be exciting where you're looking at a lot of players that maybe have a lot of talent. They just need nurturing and stuff like that. But we've seen in the past, Tottenham fans don't really have the patience for that either. So it's really hard to know, how this is really going to turn out. But look, we've been told that we're expecting a big summer. How many outgoings does that mean? How many incomings does that mean? I'm not quite so sure. All I know is that we've got a fuckload to do. We've got a shitload to get out. We've got a shitload to bring in as well. So it does look like that all the focus this summer, again, is going to be on Tottenham Hotspur. I think we'll probably get a definitive answer on Kane's future tomorrow. Last home game, they usually bring the families on the pitch, walk around, and sort of thank the crowd and stuff like that. Last season, Kane was very, very emotional on that one. If he's not as emotional this time around, it would look like that he's going to stay. Be very, very interesting, Kuva. I think we'll get a lot of answers on Kane's future for sure. But look, one thing we all want, regardless of where you sit on the ownership, regardless of where you sit on previous managers, recruitment, etc., one thing every Spurs fan wants is a successful Tottenham. Is a Tottenham that get you off your seat. That's what we all became Tottenham fans for, because we were used to seeing players get us off our seat, excite us. And that's what I think many fans want to get back to. Just exciting, attacking football with some flair players that pull you off your seat every time they get on the ball. But look, with Arne Slot, Kuva, let me know what you think. Do you think Arne Slot is one of them where he could get you close to a trophy, or do you think it is going to be a couple of years to sort of implement and stabilise Tottenham before we can really push on for that? Be interesting to know, so let me know. But we do need our Tottenham back. We do.
Look, Dave, I said it before, this is such an important summer for Tottenham. We're at the crossroads. If we go down the right road, we could end up really good summer. If we go down the wrong road, we're in for one hell of a long season next season. We've got to get rid of the likes of Dyer, Sanchez, and go. We really do. And, I do, as Kuva says, we want our Spurs. We do need our Spurs back. We all want to get off our feet and be happy on the Saturday after winning 3 or 4 or 5-0. Even if we've lost, but we've given it all, we can accept that. What we can't accept is what we've been watching this season. It's been unacceptable.
Yeah. And you just can't accept what's gone on over the last 4 years, where the high turnover of managers, couple of director of football, different plans, different ideas, etc., etc. It's just not sustainable for a club like Tottenham, because eventually all that mess is going to end up getting you in trouble. Like, you look at Everton, the bad recruitment, director of footballs, different managers, etc. Look where they are now, and the warning signs are there if we keep going down that route. So it does have to be, we do actually have to give something a chance. And then Kuva also comes back here and says, David, I think we just need a Martin Yole phase. We're so lost right now that I'd be okay with just resembling a football team. We're rudderless both on and off the pitch. Kuva, Arne Slot's middle name is Martin. He's bald like Martin Yole. So, maybe this is the second coming. Who knows? But I agree with you. It's sort of, we're at that time where it needs what Martin Yole sort of was able to do, get a young, hungry, sort of talented squad out there and sort of push us into a new era and stuff like that. So let's wait and see whether Arne Slot is the right man to do it. But look, I think we'll end this off with, we'd all agree, Arne Slot maybe not the first choice, but he's definitely not the worst choice. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Very quickly, Martin Yole did lay the foundations for what we had on the pitch. So maybe Slot would do the same thing. He can lay the foundations for the manager down the road to get where we were, because we all got to thank Martin Yole for what he done.
Yeah.
He did lay the foundations for that Poch side a few years on, sort of thing from that. So, I agree. We need another Martin Yole.
Big up, Kuva. Big up, Jason Bell. Big up, Adrian Chia and Wayne Bonner for the support, guys. Really, really do appreciate it. Just another quick one, and then we're going to start getting on the guests. Lucas Moura crying up, tearing up in an emotional interview yesterday, sort of announcing that he's leaving Tottenham. I've got my views on it. Other people have their views on it. They don't necessarily align. So it should be a good debate up and coming on that. And I just want to know of people out there, Do you consider Lucas Moura a legend for that night in Amsterdam, a Tottenham legend for that night in Amsterdam, or not? Just let me know as well, and then also maybe some thoughts heading into tomorrow's game. But look, we are going to kick off. We are going to start getting on some guests. If you are enjoying the stream, make sure you smash that like button. Also, make sure you smash that subscribe button and share it out. The big push for 10K is on. We're nearly there. I can almost taste it. So let's try and help that happen. And also, feel free along the way to shut us up, shut the guest up with a super chat, with your opinions, with your thoughts, whether you agree, disagree, or any questions that you may want answered that you feel that we could answer. Feel free to get them in. It is a great way to show support to this channel. But look, I'm not naive. I'm not stupid. You know, I'm going through these hard times just as much as you guys out there are, where sort of every penny counts. So don't leave yourself short. And the least we ask is just put your comments in the chat and engage with us as we go along, and we will bring them up. But look, Dermo, ready for some guests?
Yeah, we are. I am certainly. I'm kind of very quickly. Lucas Moura is not a legend. All right, he done great that night in Amsterdam, but for what he done at Liverpool, right, I've had enough. You can go now. Thank you for Amsterdam, but that's as much as I'm thanking you for. That's my opinion.
I'll save my opinion for maybe a bit later on. I'll save my opinion on that for a bit later on. But look, we are going to get on the next guest. Everybody at home, make sure you get comfortable. We've got the one and only Ribsy coming on. Can you handle him? Let's wait and see.
Yeah.
Ribsy,
can you handle me? What's going on, guys? Yeah, not bad. You know, just hanging out for the game tomorrow. It's a good time for us in this part of the world. So 9:30 p.m. game. So no, I'm looking forward to it. Well, I mean, as much as you can at the moment, but
do you know what I'm looking forward to? Because I want the season to end, Ribsy. I don't want any more of this game. But look, we'll start with Arne Slot. Underwhelming to you? Exciting to you? What's your feelings?
Well, look, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't really engage much with Dutch football, so I'm aware that he's won just recently, and you know that's fantastic. We like 2 of our last 3 managers have been winners who have won, you know, on orders of magnitude much higher than that, and that wasn't apparently enough to light a fire under the players that we have at the moment. So it's different. Like, I don't think the winning aspect is something, you know, even though, you know, I'm sure he's a fantastic manager and he's done a good job. I don't think that aspect of it is going to change much. What we need, in my opinion, is just a complete overhaul of the players and not just the starting 11, you know, the squad. Because how many times have we seen players coming, you know, you're just talking about Lucas there before, you know, how many times have we seen him coming in off the bench and there's just no fire, there's no desire to change the game. They're not trying to fight to win the starting position. And the one kid who was like that, you know, Brian Hill, coming along in leaps and bounds, and we sent him away, you know. So there's too much energy in this kid. Send him away back to where he came from, and we'll go back to our boring bloody, you know, blokes who are just happy to just sit on us and collect their paychecks. So that's a cultural issue that obviously extends beyond the squad. So yeah.
Arne Slot has a big undertaking to do. Like you said, he's sort of got to get rid of a lot of these older players who've just lost their hunger and their appetite for the game at Tottenham. He's got to refresh that with young, hungry players. He's got to change the leadership in and around the group as well. He's got a lot to get rid of, a lot to bring in, a lot to decide on from the players out on loan, Ribsy. Can this guy do it, or do you think this is an appointment that, look, Enoch could end up coming back to Rue? Because for me, it is a bit of a gamble.
If the question is, can Arne Slot come in and with our current playing staff do any better than Antonio Conte or even Mason has done? No, I don't think so. I don't think that there exists a manager that could do that. I think that if you could somehow agree on who was the greatest manager in football history and brought him in, I don't think he'd do any better than what's And I'm not saying that Antonio Conte is the greatest manager of all time. I'm saying that we are seriously hamstrung by the playing staff at the moment. And the director of football or whoever's in charge of making sure that the playing staff we have are appropriate for what we're trying to achieve as a club, that's going to be just as important, if not more important, probably.
It's the new director of football coming in. Is that as big an appointment as Arne Slot is? Because if we got to get both of these right, because one has to mirror the other. Do you know what I mean? We have to get the recruitment right with the manager, what he wants.
That obviously, we're operating under the budget that the Levy and the board set. And that means we can't just do Chelsea. We can't go and just buy players that have good highlight reels and then hope it works out. We've got to actually build a squad. And the squad that we have at the moment, it appears that the only football that they can play to the standard that managers of that high caliber believe could actually get that squad to potentially win something or do as well as we expect is to play the most obnoxious terrorist football you've ever seen. That's impossible to enjoy. So if we want to play the kind of football that we all love to see under Poch, whether we have Poch or Slot or whomever, we need to have the players that are appropriate for that type of football, because these guys just aren't, obviously, or else it's likely they would have played them that way, at least sometimes. But nah.
Yeah, look, it's very important that these guys can work together, and it's very important that they share the same vision. And it does look like, to be fair, that Tim and Arne, they do sort of share the same vision in terms of young, hungry players that they can develop, that they can work with as well. So I do think they share that vision. It's just whether they're allowed to work or not. But Ribsy, when you look at the players out on loan, what ones do you think like Arne Slot will work with? Is that the end of a Winks, a Regulon, and end on Bele, players that are more or less over 25?
I mean, we would have sold Winks in the last window or last couple of windows if there was anyone buying. I don't think he would have been around. Doherty, we let him go on a free. Delhi, more or less the same thing. Who else? Lo Celso and Mbele. I mean, obviously Mbele has achieved some success going away from us, and that's fine. Like, I don't think any of us wish any harm on the bloke, but I don't think that he's going to be ever a player at Spurs. I think that he made that clear with the way he acted when he was subbed off in whatever game that was. And you know what? If he doesn't want to be here, we don't want him here either. And that's my opinion on it. I mean, obviously, if people want him, then great. That's your opinion. But nah, I can't. It's hard enough supporting Spurs without the the players actively trying to cause problems for our own team for their own advancement. I mean, we just don't need that. So
what players in the current dressing room, in your opinion, have to go if we're to change the culture within that dressing room?
You see, this is the problem, because I would suggest that you start with Eric Dyer and you probably extend that to Ben Davies. But it's likely that, I mean, I know that Davies and Kane are friends, so he's more or less protected as long as Kane stays at the club, as I understand it. That's fine. I think, though, that you need to then build the squad so that you're not relying on Ben Davies in any way, shape, or form. I was, like most people, I was super impressed that second half of last season when Conte came in and Ben Davies played out of his skin, the best form I've ever seen him play in a Spurs shirt. That was apparently as much as he had in the tank, and I haven't seen anything since Conte took them out to South Korea and he made them do that open training session where they all sprinted until they fell over puking and dying, I haven't seen good football on the level from pretty much anyone in the squad, including Son, maybe not Kane, the consummate professional, but from the entire squad, and from looking from the outside from that training session onwards, hasn't felt right. It could have been before that. It could have been in the break. It could have been after that.
Yeah.
It could, but it's just from looking from the outside in, that's the big event that changed everything. I'm not suggesting that they got so angry about being told to run in front of people until they fell over that they decided to become terrible footballers. I mean, obviously that's not the case, but
some people just
sorry, Dave, go on.
No, go on, Dermo.
Do you think with pre-seasons like being in South Korea and being in Australia, I think we're playing West Ham in Australia this pre-season, and then we're back to South Korea again, and then do you think there's too much traveling before the season starts? Where years ago that I remember pre-season was just around England, or you may go to France or you may go to Sweden. Do you think the players are knackered before even the season starts because of all the traveling they're doing?
I mean, maybe it affects some of them. I mean, players like Son, I mean, he goes to South Korea how many times a year to go and play international matches? Half the squad go to South America, and so they do a lot of traveling. It's part of the game. We're usually in some form of Europe, so they're traveling around for that as well. Maybe I think that there is the potential. Like any of us, if people are treating you like you're a rock star, you do get a bit of a big head. And they were treated like rock stars in South Korea because they are. We're a huge team in South Korea because of Son, and they were treated like they were Barcelona. While they were there, and maybe that could have had some effect. The travel, sure. Why not? They might have overindulged and not taken it as seriously. It's hard to say.
I can get that makes you tired and stuff. But look, they're not traveling in the traveling sense of a backpack or the way we would travel as ordinary people. No. They're traveling in big luxurious planes, big luxurious bus, plenty of room for them to be able to sprawl out and all that sort of shit. Yeah, it might make them a little bit tired here and there or a bit homesick, but I don't think it should have. Right? I don't think it should have too much effect on their players. And anyone who treated Eric Dyer like a rock star probably listens to Susan Boyle as well.
Yeah, right. The worst rock band in history.
Can't have that. But if you're in Enoch and if you're in Enoch's shoes right now, Ribsy, is there any Slot ambitious?
I'm fucking rich. No, go ahead.
Well, yeah, you are. You've upped your net worth by 800 million, according to sources today on Joe Lewis. But with everything that's going on around the club, ex-players coming out and speaking out, players in the camp coming out and speaking out, media highlighting the bad decisions that have been going on, the protests that are forming that are getting bigger and bigger as well, more and more Spurs fans getting unsettled with what Enoch and Levy have sort of the way they've run this club, especially over the last 4 years. If you're them, is Arne Slot the right guy to get you out of this mess? Is he ambitious enough?
Well, here's the problem, right? Because all right, so Daniel Levy has been trained by his own experiences that he can bring in a manager with who's had some success from Southampton, some guy from Argentina, and he can use the same squad that he doesn't have to spend much on at all to fix up tiny bits here and there. And that guy can take his team that's not performing and get into a Champions League final. And he's, like most of us, we'd assume that the same is possible again, that we don't need to, that wasn't lucky. That was your great decision that made that happen. And he didn't perform way above the expectations. You just are a genius that picked the right guy and you brought him in and he did these wonderful things, and all you got to do is find that guy to do that again. The problem is that football usually doesn't work like that. You've got to actually identify the players. You've got to, as Dermot was saying before, you got to marry up the recruitment with the management style, and you've got to actually build a squad around that. You can't usually just make it up in the aggregate like Poch did with the bits and bobs of footballers we had around at the time, and like players like Walker and Rose and stuff, who no one really thought much of at the time, who became fabulous footballers of varying degrees. And I'm sure there's a million other. But you see, Poch saw Dyer, and he's like, what am I supposed to do with this guy? He's a right back who can't play right back. He hasn't got the brain for a central defender, so I'll play him in holding midfield where he just walks around and looks scary and wins a few headers, and then every other manager that's come in after him has gone, oh, who's this wonderful guy who's sucking up and speaking my language and working hard at training and stuff. This is my guy. I'm going to, and everyone's fallen for it since, but Podge didn't. So I've kind of gotten off track from what we were talking about, but
No, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Look, maybe another question for you, Ribsy, as well is you look at the way in terms of the recruitment we're going to go down. It's sort of, we're not going to go after big names, big stars, stuff like that. We does look like going to go after young players that maybe we can develop, sell on for huge profits and stuff like that. Are you happy with that? With the way it looks like we're going to go in recruitment? Are you one of these where you're like, no, we should be, going after better players than what it looks like we will be going after, etc.
Well, I think that Jack,
will you be patient enough for this to pan out?
Okay, so here's the thing. With the last three appointments, let's just ignore Nuno. Actually, let's just go Jose and Conte. Right, the club brings in these managers, and the implied reason to bring in serial winners is to use the crop of players you have with a few adjustments to win something. Right, that was obviously the plan, and it didn't work out. Now, if the plan is now to say, we're going to do a bit more of a project thing. We've got a few older players that need to go out. We need to get new guys in. We need to make sure that they're appropriate for what we're trying to do. And we need to build up their abilities because we don't want to spend $100 million on every position. We want to get guys in who are younger or we can develop. And, the club then needs to communicate at least some aspect of that and say, be part of the new project, support this, and this is what we're trying to do. Because with their previous appointments over the last few seasons, they've been telling us something really different. So I'm on board. If they want to go through a rebuild that takes 2-3 seasons to take us from 8-7 all the way through, to potentially winning things and be in a better position than we are now, that's fine. But tell me that, or else I'm gonna be like. We were under Nuno, where we're like, what the hell are you trying to do here? Because I'm confused, So
you're absolutely spot on with that, though, Ribsy. That the communication is key because we haven't really had that when we've appointed other managers over the past. So no one really knows what the vision or what the long-term sort of project is. So as soon as it starts going tits up, it's like, well, we want them out. We don't know what the plan is, what the direction is, etc., etc. So I agree with you on that. But do you think the club are going to come out and communicate that? Because they haven't exactly been the best at communication down the years.
Maybe we'll get another letter from Daniel.
Daniel Coyes.
Who knows? It's weird because with Paratici, we got the Paratici in the beautiful Italian suit giving us the the updates from the club a couple of times and that sort of thing. And I'm like, I kind of like this. I like getting a bit of even if he's, for the most time, he does that wonderful sort of politician talk where he says a lot and says nothing at the same time. But it was just nice to have them talk to us a little bit as opposed to what it is usually at Spurs, which is you get the press conference, which is the manager who either doesn't know the questions about the answers to the questions about the club, or isn't allowed to answer the questions about the club, or doesn't want to, because he's the manager. He's just trying to win football games. He doesn't really care about office politics and stuff, right? So, I would think that with whoever is the new director of football, or whatever they're going to call the new position, or whether it's going to be Paratici's old position, the director of football operations, or whatever he was called, if that person comes in, I'd like to see them expand that communication that Fabio started there, whether that was his idea or not, because it was something. And I think that dialogue is how, if they've got any chance of getting us back on board with believing that they are the people who can actually do the job that they're, effectively, supposed to be able to do, it's going to be through proving to us that they're planning something and then they succeeded, as opposed to just taking credit for successes as they happen and then telling us nothing about what they're trying to achieve. Because I honestly don't know. If what they're trying to achieve is to extract as much money from their fan base as possible, then mission fucking accomplished. That's about all they're doing.
Yeah. Oh, they've accomplished that a long time ago, hence why the net worth is going up and up and up. But, you speak about, continuing on maybe the lines of communication that Paratici had. Is that down to Tim? Is that now down to Scott Munn? Because you would say Paratici was sort of between the two of them, where he sort of had control over everything and stuff like that. Whereas now you've got Scott Munn, who's clearly in control, with this new guy coming in, who I reckon will just be head of recruitment rather than director of football. So who does that line of communication fall down to? Do you believe?
I don't know that. Honestly, I don't really care. As long as it's someone and they speak, and when they talk about things of substance, and I'm not expecting them to, every time they lose a football match, to come out and explain themselves. I mean, I'm not insane, It's just once a quarter or something to get a 15-minute video sort of giving us an idea of what they're trying to achieve and how close they are to achieving what they're trying to do. It would be nice, and if they do achieve something after saying they're trying to achieve it, then we'll all sit here and go, well, hey, one of their things they wanted to do was get, a certain percentage of away wins, or they wanted to do X, Y, Z. I don't even really care what the goals are, but then we can all sit here and go, okay, well, they did what they said they were trying to do. I mean, I don't see how there's a downside to them doing that. I'm sure there's some PR expert out there who'll tell me, no, silence actually is the way you want to deal with the people who you're robbing. So, but
spot on. Look, just give me 1 second. I just have someone on the phone here. I'll just need to take it quickly because they're coming in to look at my hot water. I'll leave you. Why don't you talk about Lucas Moura just quickly? I'll be back in 1 minute. Is Lucas Moura a legend that night in Amsterdam?
Yeah, I mean, Ribsy, look, we all know what Moura done for us that night in Amsterdam. He hasn't really done a lot since. In my view, he's not a legend. He's done well. What's your views on it? I mean, do you think he's a legend for that night in Amsterdam, or do you think he's not really? He's just one of them.
Well, okay. So I don't think any player, no matter what they do, can be a legend after one game, right? I mean, what could he have done, even if it was the final? And maybe if it was the final, maybe if he single-handedly won the final, he could be an instant legend, right? But that's about it. I mean, like most people, he seems like a good bloke, I guess. Apart from these quite questionable social media practices and his obvious love of some troublesome subjects, but look, it's difficult to sort of judge whether you consider him a legend or not, because it's just, I guess it just doesn't matter. If I consider him a legend, it doesn't change anything, does it? He's going. and he's going because he's been playing poorly, and he doesn't deserve a new contract. So it's the right decision. You'd have to be mad to extend his contract by the way he's been playing.
You would
season.
be. You really would.
So,
and that sort of brings me on to another point. I was thinking, with all the players that are coming back off loan in the summer, the likes of Dombele and the likes of Winks, and do you think the new director of football has to go down a different philosophy, a different road for these players? Because you can loan them out as much as you like, but you are going to end up coming back to you at the end of the season, and you're going to end up in the summer having the same thing you did last summer and the summer before. So do you go down the lengths of cancelling contracts? Where do you go down the road of now with these players coming back? And who would you keep?
Well, we've been doing that a bit, haven't we? We've cancelled a few as well. But I would assume that the reason why those players like Ndombele and Lo Celso and Winks are on loan is because we couldn't sell them. And if you're not going to register them because the manager isn't going to play them, or you don't have space to register them, then you may as well collect some or all of their paycheck from them playing somewhere else as a mercenary. I'm not against the idea of doing it, because the alternative is them just sitting around the clubhouse just eating pasta and stinking up the place. So it's got to be done, right? But the thing is that these players, they're not Spurs football. They're not good enough for our club, but they're not like appalling footballers. There has to be someone who will play them. But the problem is that you've brought them in on wages that are far above their ability, based on potential future ability that you see, whoever has convinced you that they have. And then you've got this situation where the player would actually have to be doing you a favor to take a contract in, some team in Italy or Spain or something, and get paid half of what they're getting paid by us, and they don't even have to play football for us. So
I mean, that's why Eric Dyer's so happy to sign a new contract. He knows he's not good enough to be here, and it just extends him being here further. So that's why he'd be so happy to sign a new contract. But Ribsy, I'm going to ask you a question that maybe I won't be asking me, because we'll probably go into it tomorrow, myself and me, on the pre-match build-up. But what sort of reception do the players deserve tomorrow? Because it's our last home game of the season. It's usually where you walk around, they applaud the fans and everything else, and thank them, and the players thank the fans thank the players for their efforts and all this sort of bullshit. But what reception do you think them players should get tomorrow? Do they deserve to be applauded off after this season's efforts, or should we be thanking them anyway?
Well, we've spent half the season booing them into the dugout at halftime, so
good.
I don't see why it should be any different. Look, there's some players there who will probably feel as though they've been hard done by, because they've put the effort in that some of the others haven't. But surely they must understand that if they do get a poor reception, it's the evaluation of them as a collective, not the individual players. I'd prefer that at the end of the season, no matter the performances, you probably don't want to boo your own team, right? But then again, where the club that pays, I think it's the highest season tickets, right, out of any club in the Premier League. Okay, there's a certain expectation that comes from having that label that we have, the most expensive season ticket in the country. So if that label doesn't also come with a high performing team, then we've got to ask ourselves what it is we're doing, because it's not, we don't just, obviously I'm Australian. I don't get to go to the home games, but if I lived in London, I would, of course. But if we're going to if we as Spurs fans are going to pay that money and show up, then there is an expectation of performance. It doesn't have to be first place. It doesn't have to be win every game, but we do expect you to go out there wearing the Spurs shirt and do us proud. And I'm not entirely sure that the playing staff have done that for Spurs this
Great.
and for us this season. I don't think that if you were able to get the truth out of each and every one of them, if you asked them, did you really put in the level of effort that you did for the second half of the previous season, all season this season? I don't think many of them would say yes, because it's clear to see, heads are dropping. They don't look tired. They look jaded. They look like the kind of person who's been doing the same thing for too long. And now when it doesn't go right, it gets frustrating really quickly because you're sick of doing it, and that means it's time for a change.
Yeah, look, for me, I would hold a minute silence rather than applaud them, hold a minute silence. But also it'll be interesting to see, what reaction Donna Cullen gets, what reaction Daniel Levy gets. Joe Lewis, I doubt he'll probably turn up, but if he does, last home game, be interested to see what reaction they get as well, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, the community's, pointed, well, aggression, I suppose, is the right word, but the blame that's being put at the organization, Tottenham Hotspur, is well placed, I think, at the moment. I think it's fair to say that for the money and for the managers and the playing staff, some of the players that we have and have had are fantastic, and we should have got more out of them. And I think that the major problem that most of us see is that in between, your Son Heung-mins and your Harry Kanes, you have players that wouldn't run on for for Everton or for Brentford or whatever, and that just can't be the case in a club like us. They don't have to all be the best in the world in their position, but if we're going to have a couple that maybe are, or at least in the top 5 in their position, then the players around them need to be at least within the same ballpark of that. You can't just have guys making up the numbers, because it's not how it works in the Premier League.
Yeah. You can't have some of the best technical players in the world followed up with some of the worst technical players I've ever seen in my fucking lifetime. It's just not a good marriage. And we've seen it this season. Up front, we've got some of the best technical players in the world, so one of the highest scorers in the Premier League. But we've got some of the worst players across our back line that I've ever seen. And, that reflects in some of the most goals conceded in the Premier League. But Ribsy, big yourself up, my man. Really appreciate your time today.
That was fun, man.
Any final words for the Spurs fans out there?
Yeah, not really. Just keep your heads up, guys and girls. There's always another season. Hopefully, we'll see something different. I don't even care if it's better. I just want to see something different next season. If we end up mid-table, but it feels like we're working towards something, and there's young players coming in, and we've got a manager who's he's building something, then so what? If we don't make Europe next season or this season or whatever, then so what? It's as long as we're not like completely tanking like Leicester or something and going to fall into the championship. Obviously, that would not be great. But anyway, as long, when they talk about painful rebuilds, right? It's painful, and that we need to actually rip the Band-Aid off and do the painful part. We can't just keep plastering over the cracks, because it's not.
I thought we were already going through the pain, Ribsy. I can't take much more, my man. I have to be on morphine if that's the case.
Haven't even started, man. Like I was watching Flav and what's his name, the younger guy, the QPR fan, on their show.
Lawrence Alcott.
Yes. They were talking about how it's dangerous for us, how Højbjerg is so integral to our team because of how much we need someone better in that position. It's how and I like the guy, don't get me wrong, as a squad player or something, but it just shows you that when someone like that is so important to how your team plays, and he's one of the the parts that sort of holds it together, and yet he's nowhere near good enough for the team. It's just an example of major issues, And
yeah,
anyway,
it is. But Ribsy, great calling, my man. It was great chatting
cool.
to you. A nice, pleasant Friday surprise. And go off and enjoy your Friday, my man, before the horror show commences tomorrow.
See you guys.
Thank you very much, Ribsy. See you soon.
Thanks. Cheers.
See you soon. Everyone, big up Ribsy. Definitely smash a like for that sexy hat that he had on his head. I really like that, actually. It looked good in the light and everything else. I need one. So everyone, big up Ribsy in the comments. Ben, my man, just quickly, am I correct in saying that someone is selling purple and gold scarves? I seen Phil P with one on the other day, so someone must be selling them. Just let me know who is, my man, and put it in there, just in case people want to get one to be able to support the cause or anything like that. Big yourself up, Ben. But look, let's keep this moving, Dermo, shall we?
Yeah, I tell you, I love the colours they've picked. I mean, Ben is the leader of the Wexham Tourism Board, as Ben knows. So it's great that my county's I know it's for the Tottenham cause, but my county's getting a big advertisement as well. So, the number one county in Ireland, we have to keep our bits up. Oh, dear.
He says he can't put it in the chat because he's not a mod. Okay, how do we get around that? I don't know, even if you could just put in where people can go, even, my man, or send it on to myself or Dharma, and one of us will throw it in there. Big up, Benji. But look, let's keep this moving. Plenty more guests to speak to have their say. And also, just quickly, Ben, protest tomorrow. What time do they start at, just in case people want to get down and support my man? Just let me know. But look, let's keep it moving. The next guest is the one and only Mia. Let's get her on and hear what she has to say.
You've got your boxing gloves ready, Dave. You ready, yeah?
I've got them ready for Lucas Moura, all right, for sure. But look, we'll start with Arne Slot and Tim Steidten. Are you happy by the appointment? You're underwhelmed? Do you think it's a risk?
Do you know what? I feel like with Arne Slot, it wouldn't have been my first choice, but it's growing on me. Okay. I think I heard because I was listening to actually the Fighting Cocks podcast. I do like them over there. Yeah. Good guys over there. They're funny as anything. If you're a bit sensitive, I wouldn't advise going and listening to it, but I'm not a sensitive person, so I don't mind. But I was listening and they were talking about how maybe Nagelsmann was another one of those doing us a favour type of managers. And maybe Arne Slot is a little bit more like what we did have with Poch in the beginning, because Poch, don't forget, wasn't like that, of course, because he only just come into Southampton. So I think actually Arne Slot probably fits us a little bit better than maybe what Nagelsmann does, and maybe he will be more, I don't know, like, not so much like, oh, we're doing you a favour, I'm doing you a favour. And he seems like a good guy. He plays attacking football from what I can read. He plays different formations. So he plays 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1. So like he's quite attacking, pressing. And I think that will get people behind him, because I think we all just want to see that style of football again, Dave. Like, I think we all just are really bored of being moaning about watching us. Not even just like the game's losing, it's just watching us is just a drag. It's like it's like taking an exam. You don't want to do it. You're like, I don't want to have to do this, but we do it anyway because we have to, because we're supporters, and that's what it feels like with it, So I think that that's something that, that I'm thinking now. I'm like, yeah, actually, I'm quite liking the idea of Arne Slot. I think it's actually probably quite a good appointment. So, yeah, and I think, like I say, I think I would back whoever come in. So even if it was Poch and I didn't want Poch, I would have backed him anyway, because that's the sort of person that I am anyhow. But I think that what we got to understand is that everybody wants us to be more like Brighton or Brentford. Now, they don't go and buy these big players. They scout correctly. And that's what we need to do, because when people say we don't spend money, that's incorrect. We just spend it completely wrong. Like, that is our biggest issue. It isn't that we don't spend the money, it's we just spend it so stupidly. Like, we're just chucking the money away, basically, a lot of the time. So for me, it isn't about how much we spend, it's spending it correctly on the correct players and getting Arne Slot the players he wants, because he likes young players as well, which is a good thing again for our youth. Like, we all say we want the youth to come through. Arne Slot is perfect for that. He likes all the young players. So again, if we want to do the more Brighton Brentford style, then we just we can't sit and say we want to be like them, yet we're saying them players aren't good enough for us. That's the problem, isn't it? When people say, oh, that's just a cheap option. Well, if you want to be like Brightford and Brentford, then you've got to accept that they do a different kind of recruitment than what maybe some people want, you know?
On that, Mia, on that, I agree with you on that, because, you know, one thing that Tottenham done well up to a certain point was get ahead and get these players in young so that they're not spending 50, 60, 70 million on them when they're in the finished article and bringing them in. Now, somewhere along the line, that sort of stopped. We haven't exactly gone after, you know, the best young players and stuff like that. And it sort of has come to a halt. And it would be nice to get back to that, because we have found real gems, you know.
Yeah, we have.
You know, but you know, like you said, it comes down to the fans giving these players a chance before they've kicked the ball, because, you know, we've written off too many players here over the last few years, but before they've even touched the ball at Tottenham Hotspur, before they've even got on a plane to come to Tottenham Hotspur, a lot of them have already been written off. And it's like, you look at Kim Min-jae, everyone's screaming, go and get Kim Min-jae now. But, you know, when he was linked with us, a lot of fans weren't happy with it. And look, me included, I was one of them. I was a bit dubious on Kim Min-jae, because the Chinese Super League to the Premier League is a massive jump. But since then, I've been proven wrong. Jack, famous one, Kavicha. Jack was talking about Kavicha when he was linked with Tottenham. Everyone said, no, cheap Enoch Levy signing this, that, and the other. And now look at man, Napoli's were at least triple, you know, sort of what they paid for him. So we do have to get back to that, but it does require the fans having the patience with some of them signing. But Mia, when you match up them signings to the project, to the director of football, do you think fans will actually give it patience? Because, to be fair, in the past, it's sort of, we've done that with a Jose Mourinho, not the manager to sort of bring these guys through. We've done that sort of with Conte, not really the guy to bring through like a Jed Spence and people like that. So do you think fans will actually get behind it, knowing that there's a manager in the dugout who will actually give these guys a chance?
I hope so. I really do hope so, because I think that we did it with Poch. Poch wasn't an instant, you know, come here and done well, you know. He did have a bit of time, and I feel like we need to give, if he is a manager who we can see is that kind of manager. We're saying that we know that Conte was a win now manager. We know that Jose was. We know that Slot isn't. So knowing that in our own minds, we're going to have to give him time. Like, people will be, he's not a win now manager, and we all know that, just like we did with Poch. So for me, I feel like we should think to ourselves, right, okay, he's coming in. He's clearly wanted to do what he did a bit more at Feyenoord, which is build up the team, get his players, you know, do what he did over there. Maybe not to that extent, but, you know, build it up. Then I think, you know, reasonably, we're going to have to be reasonable with it. And even if we do have a little bit of a bumpy ride, a little bit like what we did with Poch at the beginning, like I say, but he's going to have to get his players in. He has to get rid of players, but that takes a little bit of time. And the previous managers, like a Conte, we knew he wasn't a give time manager because he didn't sign a longer contract. With Jose, same sort of thing. We know he's not really a long-termish kind of manager. So with Slot, we're going to have to think of him more of what we did when we did get Poch and go back to, I know it's everybody saying we've been patient, and I do get it, guys. Like, I do get it. I really do. Yeah. I've been patient many years, you know, the same as what you have, Dave, same as what you have, Dermo, the same as all of us. But if we want to have a future, we're going to have to give it time. If you want to have a situation where we can see where this is going, we're going to have to give it time, because otherwise, you know,
it's where we're at, though, Mia. You know, like the thing is, it's sort of like, I feel like a fraud, or I feel like a hypocrite, sort of saying to Spurs fans, like, you know, you're going to have to be patient under this new manager and stuff. The reality is, like, a lot of Spurs fans have shown so much patience with very little reward for it. So, you know, it's hard to do that, but it's where we're at right now. Like, you can still show patience to the manager, to the director of football, and to the young players without actually having to give that patience to the owners. You know what I mean? So, you know, you can show these guys the patience. Now, just quickly, Mia, 2 more questions for me on Arne Slot, and then we'll let Dermo in with a couple of questions on it for you. So, for me, it's like, do you think Daniel Levy will actually allow Tim and Arne Slot sort of to use their expertise and actually get Tottenham in the right direction, whereas maybe beforehand they sort of haven't done everything they can or haven't trusted everything that they've put forward? And do you think Arne Slot is the sort of guy that can convince Harry Kane to stay, or do you think it's with a view of Harry Kane sort of leaving at the end of the year and Arne Slot maybe working with some of the other younger strikers we've got in the round, like a Dane Scarlett and people like that?
Do you know, it's so difficult, isn't it, to kind of say whether they're going to give him, like, if they're going to do the right thing. None of us can know, but everyone's going to go on what previously he's done. He has made so many mistakes and he hasn't allowed that. But he did with Paratici. I felt like he did give him a little bit. I think that he did, because I don't think Paratici is the kind of person that would have just been like, okay, Mr. Levy, yes, Mr. Levy. No, I can't imagine that at all. Actually, no, not at all. So I do think he did give him some, but he still kind of micromanaged a little bit on that, like in with some of it. So it's so hard to confidently say, yes, Levy's going to allow that. You know, it is hard because we just don't know. But he did allow Poch to come in and get rid of a load of players. We've got to remember that he did allow Poch to do that, and he did get Poch some players in at the beginning. So it's like, I don't know. It's so
see, that's where we're at, though, Mia. It's sort of like the last few years he hasn't really allowed a Mourinho or a Conte to sort of get rid of everyone they wanted, but you know, with Pochettino, he sort of did allow him to shape that squad to be able to get rid of what he wanted. And I fear that is where we're at now, where it has to be allowed to happen again.
Do you think that was a trust thing, though, Dave? Do you think because he, in his back of his mind, knew that they weren't here for like the long time? They were here just for the good time, is what the saying is, obviously. But do you think, because remember what that guy, what was his name? The one who went on TalkSport said? He said, Webb, yeah. He turned around and said that the first season that he didn't have as much trust, Poch, but the second season he did give him that trust. So could it have been maybe, I'm not trying to assume, this is obviously conjecture, this is just my opinion, but maybe it was a trust thing, and the reason that maybe Conte and Jose didn't get that, I don't know, but I'm just speculating.
I think with them, because look, I do think Conte earned some trust by getting us into top four the previous season. I think it comes down to that if Daniel Levy was allowed to them to get rid of what they actually really wanted to get rid of, it would have cost him hundreds of millions to replace them. And I don't think he wanted, especially with players that Conte and Jose Mourinho would have wanted it in the door to replace these guys. And I don't think the club wanted to put that outlay on them sort of guys. I think the club were more looking at them to work with them guys and try and get more out of them, rather than having to actually trust them, get rid of them, and then outlay hundreds of millions of pounds to replace them. I think that's probably why they didn't do it, and I think that's why they allowed someone like Pochettino to do it, because, again, he didn't need massive amounts of money, you know, and neither will Arne Slot. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens there. Good question, Mia. Good question.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Mate, all right, look, I agree with what you're saying. I do. Look, I look at it down a different point of view, that we're bringing in a manager to do a job that we want him to play attractive, fulfilling football for us, the fans, and what Tottenham traditions have been built on. We have to give him the time to do it. And look, as Mia's been saying, we've all been patient. As you said yourself, Mia, we've been more than patient than enough. But I've got one question, Mia, and I want you, this, Dave, as well. This goes to you as well. We've had the captaincy with Hugo for so long. And sorry for the... No, we've had the captaincy for so long. Who do you want to give it to now? Who do you want to see as new captain?
Do you know what, Dermo? That's such a hard question, because I can't decide, because I don't feel like there's anybody really in the club at the moment who I feel is worthy. That's what my honest opinion is. I can't see. And who's going to be, I know people are going to say, but Harry Kane, and he's captain for England, but I don't think he's the type of captain we need right now. I feel like the type of captain we need is going to be a vocal one who can get themselves across very well, where I don't think Harry Kane is that. He's a lead by example, and I don't think that's enough right now in our club. I feel like we need a stronger leader, if that makes sense. And that's no slight on Harry Kane at all. But I just don't think he is that person. I've said that a lot of times. He's very laid back. He's a bit reserved, and we don't want somebody who's reserved as our captain right now. I feel like we need someone who's got that stronger, bit more feisty personality. Maybe we'll see how he goes and what he's like when he comes back, and if he would get dropped, but like a Bentancur, because I feel like he's somebody who's got that bit more of a feistiness about him. He's got a bit more about him that maybe he's not scared to tell people, you do this. What the hell are you doing? Like, for God's sakes, like you've got to have someone who is like that. And I just don't think Kane's like that. So yeah, at the moment, I don't think there is anybody particularly that I can pull out and say, yeah, they are really good captain material.
Not even the Romero?
No, he's too much of a hothead. He'll just headbutt everybody. He'll be like, duh.
That's what we probably need, me, as somebody go in the middle of the circle, right, get out of my way, headbutt you. You're not doing
it. Romero's not an explainer. Like, if you headbutt someone and explained why, you'd say, fair enough. Just a headbutt. Do
you know what it is? He's more like a caveman. No, like cavemen, they don't say anything. They just like, and that's what it'd be like. Bless him. He's good looking. He's a lovely guy, lovely to look at, but he hasn't got good verbal communication, I don't reckon.
And one more question for me. It's actually about the ownership. Would the sale of Everton like to go through next week for 600 million to an American investment groups? I think it's there 777, I think. And with the Man United deal looking to go towards not the Qataris, but to the Jim Ratcliffe deal, because that would leave the Glazers so much in control of Man United. The Qataris have said this week that they will put their attentions onto Tottenham. How would you feel with Qataris coming in and buying the club? And what would you want to see from them as if they did buy the club?
To be honest with you, as I've said in the group chat, is that nowadays it's really hard to try and be ultra moral, because everybody who's got a phone, that was done by some dodgy kind of means. It wasn't done in a an ethical way. Let's be honest. Nothing nowadays is truly ethical. Let's get that straight, so we can't all just sit here and say moral high ground. But I do understand it, but you just can't. It's very, very difficult to do. But some of their rules, obviously, some of the ways that the way they are with certain types of people, it's not great. And I do accept that. But we can't control who does it, who buys us. So if they buy us, they buy us. There's nothing I can do about that. So I would obviously be like, well, as long as they want what's best for Tottenham. And for me, I don't want them to come in and start breaking any rules, messing it up, because so far we've done very good to stick to the principles and the rules of the game and stick to it, because we don't want to be pulled up in too many, like 2-3 years, like Man City, you've broke 115 rules. Like, that's not what you want. You want owners with some sort of respect for the game, respect for the club. And that's all I want. I want someone to come in who wants to respect the club and wants to see us do well. That's what I want. That's truly what I want for the club.
Yeah, and to be fair on that question, like, the reality is, it doesn't matter about your opinion. They're going to sell it to whoever has the money, whether you agree with it or not. Fans aren't going to have a say. Fans turn around and just don't like that. They're not going to not sell it to them. At the end of the day, it's whoever has the money. And let's be frank about it. Whoever has that sort of money, which they're looking for, 3 to 5 billion, none of them earn it in an ethical way. None of them. So, I mean, it's, most of them. So it's like, for me, we have no say. It's just like, if someone buys the club, they buy the club. No point in sitting here arguing about morals and this, that, and the other, because no one's going to turn the back on the club. Just because someone owns it, that they don't want to own it. You still have people that support the club but don't like, they're not supporting the club because Daniel Levy and Joe Lewis and stuff like that. So for me, it's sort of like, if that happens, it happens. There's nothing Spurs fans can do. There's nothing fans can do in general. In fact, it should be the Premier League, or people like that should have all these checks and everything else in place, rather than us fans actually worrying about it. But if you've got the money and you want to come, please do. I wouldn't mind seeing some high profile caliber players in here to play alongside Kane and Son. Wouldn't mind seeing it whatsoever.
It would sort the naming rights out as well, because they'll bring in for the naming rights as well, be a bit like down the road. But look very quickly, Dave. You look at how Everton done their fun. You look how we've done our model. You look at Everton. we are in a far better place than the likes of Everton and that. So
we're
maybe
going down that route, though, Dermo.
Huh?
Everton's biggest problem is like, you know, they've mismanaged the money they've spent.
Yeah.
They haven't followed through projects. They've hired and fired managers relentlessly, different directors of football. And that's what's been going on at Tottenham the last 4 years. Like, and it's sort of like we are going that way if we keep making these bonehead decisions. Like, usually it's only relegation teams that have 2-3 managers a season. Not someone up inside the top 8. So the warning signs are there. And like, you'd like to think that Brighton will probably go and sign and get better. West Ham might go and sign and get a bit better and challenge for the top 8 next year if they win Europe. You've got Fulham there. Newcastle are there to stay. Pochettino at Chelsea will get them back. Jurgen Klopp will have a good summer at Liverpool and they'll be back. So you're going to fall further and further down the table if we keep making these decisions. And we're not too far away from being the next Everton. So, you know, this is why this next manager, this is why this next director of football, it's got to work out. You can't have another season of turmoil. You can't have another season with not having one manager in the dugout for a full season. The last manager we had in the dugout for the full season was Pochettino. It's not sustainable. So, you know, like we could sit here and say, oh, we're not as bad as Everton, but we're going that way. The reason why we're not as bad as Everton is because we've got Harry Kane, we've got Son, you know, and people like that have sort of kept us up and around there with goals and assists and what have you not. Everton
But when it comes to the actual club, Dave, we're not Everton at all because they've broken FFP rules. Well, like I say, that's a major factor for them. Breaking those FFP rules could get them in major trouble. Where that's what I'm saying. Like, I want us to do, if there's someone come in, I'd like to do what Newcastle did. They didn't buy ridiculous players. They bought good players for what they needed. And that's all I want. That's all I want them to come in to do. I don't want big players that are going to come in and just be mercenaries because they want to come for the big money. I want people who want to be in the club. And Newcastle, for me, have actually so far done it very, very well. Even with the big investment, they've not gone ridiculous with it, you know.
Because they've targeted their signings very, very well, you know, and that's the biggest part of it. You get the right signings, you get the right manager. Look how things can work out. We know that at Tottenham, you know, when we have Pochettino and stuff like that, we know how it can work out if you do things right for a period of time. So hopefully we can get back to that. But Mia, last question. I'm not going to ask you about, you know, whether the fans should boo the players off tomorrow after the last home game or not, because if you're on the pre-match build-up with us tomorrow starting at 9, we'll definitely have a good conversation on that then. But I know we had a bit of a back and forth last night, and I love it, by the way. It's good banter. You know, I was sitting there last night watching the West Ham game in stitches. It's good fun. Lucas Moura. Now, just to give people a bit of back context, for me, I don't think he's a legend, and I'm not sad, right? I'm not sad. But Mia was sort of putting the argument to me yesterday, and look, maybe he's not a legend, but, you know, he deserves recognition for that night in Amsterdam. But Mia, question is today, does Lucas Moura go down as a Tottenham legend for that night?
No. I don't think you can use the word legend. I think that's too strong. I think that's a much too strong a word for him. However, I will always give him that respect. And when I watched that, even my brother, right, he's not a Moura fan. I sent it to him, and the voice note at first was, it was basically F him. And then I sent a really angry one. I was like, listen, don't make me come to your house and have this face-to-face argument with you. Then he said he watched it and he said, actually, I take it back because you're right. He loved the club. He loved the badge. Now, what do we all say? We want players who love our club and love the badge. And yes, he wasn't good enough and he definitely made mistakes and he could have plenty of times done a lot better. However, he loved the badge and he always gave 100%. You can tell every time he got on that pitch, yes, he made mistakes, but he'd always give 100%. Even Minnie's arguing with you, see? She agrees with me. She's backing me, backing my calls. But even he always gave 100%. And if it wasn't for all but for him, we didn't get into that Champions League final. All but for him, because he took it on his shoulders that night and said, nah, I ain't having this nonsense. And he took it upon himself. And you've got to give a man respect for that, man. I've got to give him a bit of respect for it.
Yeah, look, you've got a lot more love to give than what I do, you know. Look, I hear you, right?
I'm a loving kind of girl. What can I say?
By the way, you've just reminded me. I have to get on to Phil because he said to me, "What has Lucas Moura or has Gil Messi done anything to help a club get into a European final?" Well, he did last night, so I got to get.
Yeah, but he didn't get us. Yeah, but he didn't get us into it. It doesn't. I don't give a damn what he does for other clubs. Sort that. It's about
That's
us.
because we loaned them out. We loaned them out. That's why.
Because he's a broomstick. Because he's a bloody overgrown broomstick boy. For God's sakes, he needs to fatten up. He needs to get some Greek food down him.
On Lucas Moura though, where I'm at with it, it's like I get it. He got us to a Champions League final. Forever be indebted to be able to share that memory and watch a Champions League final with my old lad. I'll forever be indebted. However, I struggle to be sad. I struggle to put him down as a legend. I think, personally, I think crying was a bit much in the in the interview leaving. I get that he sort of never kicked up. He sort of always gave it all. He played for the badge. Some would question that with the pass he gave against Liverpool, the sending off against Everton this season and stuff like that. But for me, I failed to praise a player for giving me the bare minimum I expect when the club is paying them over 50 grand a week, when the club has paid over 20 million for them. I failed to praise a player for playing for the badge because for me, that should be the bare minimum. Now, it hasn't been over recent years, granted, but I just find it not sad. It's just a sign of the times where we're at, where we all know we've got players who don't play for the badge and stuff like that, that we're praising the guy for playing for the badge. Me, I can't do it. I'm sorry. It's personal preference, but I can't do it.
But listen, right, honestly, I don't see how you can be like that when somebody gave you one of the absolute best moments. That feeling, yeah. I've seen Tottenham play all different games. I've been there, done that. Like Dermot got the T-shirt. So that night, particularly, was something so special that I don't know if we're ever going to see again in my lifetime. If I'm honest with you, and so I can't be disrespectful to someone like that. I wasn't crying. I'm not crying and saying he should stay. I'm not for one moment saying he's a legend. However, what I am saying is to put some damn respect on his name, David, because don't make me come to you and start this argument face to face, because I bloody would.
I tell you, I'm the first one to admit, that night he scored the hat-trick. I was in A&E with the missus, right, with him. So I actually never saw him score that hat-trick. It was a Liverpool fan told me that he scored the hat-trick.
Yeah.
But look, for me, I agree with Dave. I'm sorry. I have to agree with Dave. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mia. I know
I'm not saying, but I'm not disagreeing with Dave. So I'm not saying that he's a legend. So I never said that, and I never said I was crying over him. So what Dave is trying to do is trying to make out like I'm.
I never said you were crying. I said I'm not going to cry.
Yes,
I never said you were.
Yeah,
I never said you were.
So what I'm trying to say is that. But what I'm trying to say, you're pointing that out, like that's something that I'm trying to say that he's a legend. I'm not at all trying to say he's a legend, but I'm saying we should have some respect for someone who done something so massive for us that when we had to use these different players because Kane was out at the time, he stepped up. None of our other players stepped up. He stepped up. And I think, yeah, man, I've got to give him respect for that.
I hear you on that. I hear you on that. Just for me, it's like the course of his career. I find it hard to give him praise for one or two moments. It's not enough for me over the course of his career to, praise him and sort of stuff like that. Look, it's just not me. Harry Kane leaves, I'll cry. Son leaves, I'll cry. Romero keeps going the way he's going. He leaves, I'll cry.
If Romero leaves, I'm going to be standing out there trying to hold on to his legs saying, please don't go, please. No, I don't like that with any of our players, to be fair.
Yeah. I don't want to put Lucas Moura in a Dyer category, in a Sanchez category, because he's not, right? He's nowhere near that category. No. I feel like he's a player that never really fulfilled his potential at Tottenham. Like the player that we signed from PSG never really materialized at Tottenham for one reason or the other. So I feel a bit sort of let down by him for that. And I find it hard to sort of be sad and stuff, upset. But look, thankful for the Ajax moment. Thank you for that. brace at Old Trafford when we bet United 3-1 that night at Old Trafford. Some of my friends had that coming to them. So I thank him for that. But overall, I feel like his Tottenham career has probably been a little bit of a letdown compared to the player I thought we were getting from PSG. And I think that's why I sort of struggled to, show him too much love, really.
Yeah, no, I do get that. I do understand. But like I say, for me, that moment will always hold such a dear, special place that I watch it now. When I'm feeling sad, I watch that because I know it off by heart. That last bit, I know off by heart. And I could not believe my eyes when I watched it. Like, literally, I could not believe what I just saw. And for him to do that, like I say, and how much he loves, he's like, Coys. I love that. And when we scored at Leicester and he jumped over Bergwijn's back and he knocked that hat off. Like, he loves the club like we love us, and I just respect that a lot because you don't get many who aren't homegrown players who love a club like that. Not many at all. So again, I respect him for that.
Fair enough. And then we've got Donovan. He says, I cried over that testimonial video. I didn't expect to be emotionally attacked and manipulated by Tottenham.
See?
I think his tears were a bit much. He's just
an emotional. Listen, you hard nut. Some of us are just very emotional, and because he comes from that part of the world, we're very emotional people. We're hot-blooded, but we're also very emotional. We're very emotional people.
Maybe I just need to, maybe I need to stop having a black heart and probably.
Yeah, you've got an ice around your heart. You have. You're like frozen. That's what you are.
I would like to declare this part of your little back and forward as a draw. All right. So I've been judging each round that I have to declare it as a draw between you two.
It ain't over. It ain't over, Harris. Next time, I'm having you, mate. Don't worry.
You mean there's going to be a rematch?
There's always a rematch between me and Dave.
We'll start selling tickets then.
100%.
Honestly, this is every day of the week, but I enjoy it. I do enjoy it. It's good banter. But me,
it's never anything personal, in it. Like, it's always just I've got a lot of love for Dave.
But I'll be honest. Sometimes I say things because I know I'm going to get a reaction out of me, and me is the same. It's sort of like it's good banter. It's very good banter, and I enjoy it. But Mia, what's coming up on Spurs Between the Lines for people to get excited about?
So tomorrow I will be doing a live. I think I'm going to do it a bit earlier because I've got to be on with you at 9. Then I'm going to have to do it a bit earlier. But I'm going to be doing my live tomorrow, and it will be a bit of a preview / talking a bit more about Arne Slot. I've also done a really good show with Ashmatic, and I did all to do with tactics, which was really, really interesting, and it was a really good chat. Actually, I really enjoyed it. I'm going to get him back on actually because he was a really interesting person to kind of learn from, because I know the basics, but he goes into so much detail. My mind was like blown my mind with some of the stuff he was saying. So he's a really interesting person to have on. So go and watch that video. I'll put loads of shorts up, so everyone go and watch those shorts, because sometimes they don't get the traction. And comment, please comment and like, because that makes a really big difference to the algorithm. Being a smaller channel, it's so hard to try and push yourself out there to get the interactions and to get people watching it. So do all that good stuff. And if you don't know, then give your head a wobble. Back to you, Dave.
No, everyone, please do get over, check out that tactical video with Ashmatic. There's also a good video there where, Mia spoke about some of the youngsters before as well. And a good one where she had that United fan on, sort of talking about Colin, they're talking about the structure of Tottenham Hotspur and stuff like that. So plenty of videos for you to get over and check out. So please do get over, smash that subscribe button. And I guess, Mia, we'll pick this up tomorrow morning.
Yep, indeed. I'll be ready with my war paint, because don't forget I get up nice and early, Dave, so you're going to be half asleep. I would have been awake for about 3 hours by then.
Yeah, you're going to catch me asleep, although I might text the missus to get me up at 6 a.m, send me on a 5-mile run and drink triple espressos to get me well oiled up and prepared.
Joe, I can imagine the Rocky music in the background as well. You're doing a few little air punches, you know what I mean? Get yourself going.
I'll be sending them that
from the bed to the couch.
I can imagine.
Look, Mia, we'll end it there. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and I'll see you in the morning.
Take care, guys.
See you, my dear. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Everybody, please get over. Show Mia the love. She absolutely deserves it. She's a good person to have in this community, and she keeps me honest. But big up. So everyone do get over there and subscribe to Mia. I'm just trying to make sure I haven't missed anything. Matty, actually, what does Matty Hayes have to say? Good old Fabrizio.
I do like
what is it? We used to call him Matizio Romano or Hazio. Matizio Hazio. He says, Dave, you need to watch Marley and Me or something to get the tears flowing. Yeah, I probably do. I probably do. I probably just need a good cry so I can get in touch with that emotional side again. But you know what, Matty? Look, Matty. You know me. I praise players that I feel like deserve it, that give me longevity, like Kane, Son. You know me, Matty. I outside of like the top three, I sort of fail to share love for other people unless they're sort of young guys with a bit of potential up and coming. But Matty, big yourself up, my man. Really appreciate it.
Can I just say it was great to see Matty back on YouTube the other night. Really enjoyed his show, and big up Matty. It's great to see you back because you are missed in the community.
Actually, you done a really, really good video on Arne Slot, by the way. Yeah. If people haven't seen it, I'd encourage you to get over and check it out. A very good video on Arne Slot. And then if you want Double the Irish, come back and check out the video he done on Arne Slot. But he did do a brilliant one on that. So do get over and check that out. But guys, we're going to keep going. We've got more guests. I'll tell you who we've got coming up. We've got Dan Davenport. Then we've got the one and only... Yes, we've got Dan Davenport. Then we've got Ryan. Then we have Michael. Then we have KPV. And then we have Corey to end off. So we've got more guests to get to, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Please keep smashing that like button. Please smashing that subscribe button. The big push for 10K is on, and it's well and truly happening. So let's help us get over the line. And feel free to help support the channel through a super chat or even through one of the channel memberships. Small fee every month. $4.99 a month opens up all the fan shows to you. Plus, it's a massive way of helping support everything we do here for such a small monthly fee. And look, the idea is to sort of push them memberships, get them up and stuff like that, because it is a great help to everything we do over here. So feel free to grab one of them, either just for a small fee. But look, we're going to keep moving on. The most important thing is that you keep engaging with us in the chat with your thoughts and opinions. If you've got any questions you want us to relate to the guests, simply put it in the chat or make it a super chat. But let's keep this moving. The next is Dan Davenport. Let's hear what Dan has to say.
Hi.
How are you keeping, my man?
Big up, man.
Marcel Van der Kraan has just been on Sky Sports News, and he says it could be tricky for Tottenham to get Marcel Van der Kraan because Feyenoord will be in the Champions League next season.
Yeah, they are in the Champions League next season, and you're absolutely spot on. But, I fear that I think some of these Feyenoord players will be taken this summer, like they were last summer with Senesi, Sinisterra, and who was the other guy? I can't remember. Or Malacia to Man United. So, I don't think he'll be going into the Champions League with the same squad he built this season. So, it might be a bit of a different ask. But, Dan, do you not think that, Tottenham is a more attractive club than Feyenoord with or without Europe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. But Dan, you like asking questions, so I guess you want to ask me and Dermot questions. What other questions have you got?
Well, two famous Irish people celebrated their birthday, music-wise. Did you know who they are?
No, give me some insight.
Bono and Enya.
Enya's not so bad. Bono, bit of a prick, but hey, happy birthday, I suppose, to the two of them.
I'll have to disagree with you there, Dave. I'll have to really like a bit of you two.
I don't mind you too. I just think Bono's a bit of a prick. But Dan, Arne Slot, you excited by the slot revolution?
I am, yeah.
What excites you about it?
Because Dutch managers have always been good at managing clubs in England, or and in Scotland as well. Like Advocat at Rangers and Wim Jansen at Celtic. Yeah. No, look, do you think it's a bit of a gamble though? Because you've seen Dutch managers come over and work out before, but you've also seen Dutch managers come out and not work out. Where do you think Arne Slot will fall on that? I don't know, but he needs time now.
Yeah, I agree. How much time would you give him before you want to see results happening?
After one season.
Because you're a bit more forgiving than me, Dan, giving him a whole season. You know, you're a better man than I am. As well, Lucas Moura, is he a legend for that night in Ajax?
Yes.
Yeah. What makes him a legend?
He's part of the team.
Yeah, fair point. Darmo, you any questions for Dan?
Yeah, I said to me, who would you like to see Spurs captain next season? Who do you want to see wearing that captain's armband?
Son.
Really? Why?
Because he's a very good player.
Yeah, and not Harry Kane, no.
Well, there's rumours that Harry Kane could go in the summer transfer window.
That's a good point, actually. Do you think that takes Harry Kane out of being considered for captain under Arne Slot, not knowing what his long-term future is?
I think so.
Very good point there. Very good point there, Dan, to consider. You're absolutely spot on there, my man. Have you anything else you want to ask us?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Anything else you would like to discuss then?
Well, about the ownership,
what about the ownership?
Well, there's been no offers. That's what Levy said in his that interview he did. They've had no interviews, no offers on the table.
Do you think they're just waiting for the right money to come in? Do you think, Dan? Do you think you're just waiting for the right price to come in and then he'll take it and run?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And would you like to see Jim Ratcliffe or the Qataris come in if you could have one of the two? If one fails at United and the other come looking at Tottenham, which ones would you prefer?
I don't mind it as long as it's one of them.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
I love that smile, Dan. I love that smile. Yeah. It's cheeky, man. It's cheeky. Yeah. Come here. What's your thoughts on tomorrow's game? You know, I think Spurs will get the win because they need to win both games if they want any chance of Europe, realistically.
I'm going to be at work tomorrow, so I'll have to listen to the second half on the radio.
What do you work as, Dan?
I work at a supermarket chain called Waitrose.
Oh yeah, I know Waitrose. They do some decent food. Yeah, fair play to you. And what sort of reaction do you think the fans should show the players tomorrow?
I don't know.
Yeah, you're undecided.
Would you boo them if you were there? If they're walking around the pitch before the women's game? Because don't forget, we've got the women's game tomorrow as well. So if you were there, would you be booing the likes of Eric Dyer and Sanchez and all them players that have let us down this season?
I don't boo any players, really.
No?
No.
Not even Eric Dyer.
Well, Eric Dyer has been poor, but I still wouldn't boo anyone.
No, fair play to him.
Fair
play to him. Yeah. You know, fair play to you, Dan. You're a much better man than I am. You know, a much better man. A lot more patience, so you do. Fair play to you. I wish I had that patience. But Dan, any final messages for the Spurs fans?
Did you know that Marcelo Bielsa could actually speak English?
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that. You know, I think I was watching a Leeds documentary before, and they were saying like, "Don't be fooled, he can speak English. He just chooses not to in his press conferences, so he doesn't have to do too much media duties."
Yeah,
very tricky.
Yeah, give us a score prediction for tomorrow, Dan. What do you reckon we're going to win by? Come on, put us in the mood for tomorrow. Put Dave into space tomorrow. Go on, get him going.
2-0 to us.
Come on, I love that, Dan.
Yeah.
I love that. Confidence despite what's going on. I really hope we get the win, though, Dan. It'd be nice to end the season with 2 straight wins and a bit of European football. Before we let you go, though, Dan, are you one of these that you want to see European football, or do you think it'd be a benefit to not have European football?
I think it's
to
important
have the managers sort of drill these players on the training pitch.
I think it's important to have European football. Extra revenue.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely dead right. Additional home games and stuff like that. You're absolutely spot on. But Dan, you got a bit of love in the chat. You've got Terry, he says you're a legend. Lisa says nice one, Dan. And we also have Ellie who said, Dan, you're adorable.
Thank you.
So Dan, keep being yourself, my man. Keep being yourself. Anything else you want to talk about or say before we let you go?
No.
No worries.
You want to give us a come on, you Spurs before you go?
Come on, you Spurs.
Yes, big up, Danny boy. Danny, we'll see you soon, my man.
Okay.
See ya. Bye-bye. Everyone, big up Dan. A lot of love in the chat for Dan. Let's give him the love that he deserves. And we also have Steve D, the old nemesis. Big up, Steve D. He says, top man, Dan. Good to see you on here. It's great. It's absolutely great to see Dan come on. Do you know what? He comes on quite a few times and he loves asking myself and Jacko questions and all. He loves it.
I tell you one, that's what I love about this show, Dave. Anyone can come on and have their say. And this is why I love this show. It's probably one of the best shows on YouTube, these fan shows, because you get everyone to come on, any walk of life. But the love for Spurs always just brings us together, doesn't it, Randy? And I've seen Dan a few times. Top lad. Really is a top lad.
Do you know what? He's a really nice lad as well. You know that.
He is.
The fact that you asked him, did he want to boo players, and he said no. He was like shocked that you asked him. I love that. Yeah. I love that.
You and me be booing away.
Well, Sean Maddox says to me, Dave, would you boo Dyer? 100% I would. I booed the players off after the AC Milan game, if you want me to be brutally honest. Now, look, there were people around me that didn't like it. They were standing up, clapping, looking back at me like, oh, what the fuck? Look. Each to their own.
I was just waiting for Harry Kane to score for you to run down to get a club of his head, to be fair, where we were standing. I thought if he scored that.
Honestly, Dharma, I don't have any more room left in my head for Harry Kane images. That one at Brighton, my two loves in life, Harry Kane and cans of Coke. And to see him kick a Coke bottle, that was like, this one's to you, Dave. I absolutely adored it. It was brilliant. What a legend. What a legend.
Yeah.
And King Hoddle says it's not Dyer's fault. Look, 100%. 100%. If I'm in Dyer's position, I'll be brutally honest. I'm taking that contract 100%. However, he does choose to sign it instead of declining it. Even though I was in his shoes and I would take it, he chooses to sign it. So if he's rolled out there on the football pitch, signing that contract knowing he's not good enough to be here, I think it's only fair that I can boo him, to be brutally honest with you. If he's taking a paycheck knowing that he doesn't deserve it, then I think it's only right to let him know that I think he should be doing better. Now, whether booing or not is the right thing to not to do, each to their own, in my opinion. But you're right, though, King Hoddle. I would take it if I was Dyer, to be fair. Can't blame him for that, to be honest. The club are the ones that have offered it. But look, let's keep this moving. We've got Ryan, then we've got Michael, then we've got KPV, and then we've got Corey. So let's get on Ryan and let's listen to what Ryan...
I just sent you a WhatsApp message there, Dave.
Yeah. Ryan, how are you keeping, my man?
Yo, bro. Sorry, I was just texting my guy Corey because he just put something in there whilst, so I just probably went a bit black for a second. No, not too bad, bro.
Oh,
hello.
Oh,
he went.
Dave.
No, I don't know what.
Are you having a shambolic day, just like our defence usually do?
Yeah. Look, start booing me.
No, but seriously, first of all, talk about Moura, man. Just get it out of the way. Seriously, don't think he's a legend. One game does not make you a legend. So stop trying. I know what Mia's probably going to attack me now in the comments. I don't care, right? Mia, come to my flat if you really want to, because me and you, we can have this out face to face whenever you want, love. We'll verbally have this out however you want. But no, I don't think he's a legend. You can't have it. You can't be a legend just for scoring 2 hat tricks. No. Take Danny Blanchflower. He was more of a legend than Moura was ever going to be. Simple as. So I'm sorry, there's no way that you can class Moura as a legend. So that's all I've got to say on that, because there's nothing else for me to say on it, and I will stick by my guns on that. So there we go.
Do you feel, Ryan, that maybe that night that took us to the Champions League final, did that give it something a bit more extra than it was?
No,
to a cup final or a League Cup final. It was to the Premier European final that we've never been there before.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, right? I appreciate what he did for the game in that game. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate him, but you can't class him as a legend. There's no way you can class him as a legend.
Well, you can't class him in the same bracket as Danny Bantrow, to be fair.
Even if we had won the Champions League, I still wouldn't be classing him as a legend. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, look, to be fair, me didn't call him a legend. Me was just saying that we should have a bit more respect for him, which is fair, you know. But, you know, I sort of brought up the question, is he a legend, is he not? And, look, I don't think you can put him down as legendary status, but do you think he probably deserves a bit more respect than maybe what I'm giving him, Ryan?
No, I think you're giving him just the right amount of respect, mate. I don't think you're giving him too much, and I don't think you're giving him too less, Dave. Like, me and you, we've known each other, what now? going on 6 months, should I say? Right? And we've never, what's the word I'm looking for? We've never really disagreed on anything. And I can't see us disagreeing on this either.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah.
And that's not just me trying to literally put, like they always say, try brown nose you, obviously. Right? If I thought you was wrong about something, I'd call you out on it. But everything you say, Dave, is right. So I can't, there's nothing I can actually say that you've ever said so far that I've heard is wrong.
You know,
not just today, but over the throughout the whole season.
Do you know what? I appreciate the sentiments and all, but look, you know, not everything I say is right. You know, it's only my opinion at the end of the day. But I appreciate it, though, right? I appreciate the love, my man. But look, let's get on to Arne Slot and Tim. You know, it's clear that the club are going down a new direction of sort of youth, you know, and stuff like that. Are you on board with this project? Can you get behind it, or do you think it's a lack of ambition?
Look, Dave, right? I've been obviously. You know how I feel about Arne, yeah, right? I've spoke about this on review, God knows how many times. So you know how I feel about him. But over the last couple of days, I've had other people come on my channel and make me think differently about things.
Right.
And what they're saying is actually are very good points. And there's someone that I don't know if they actually watch this channel or not, but I will say their name. It's What's the Point FC. Now, I don't know if he's even subscribed to your channel or not, but he's given valid points why Arne Slot shouldn't come. And I've got to agree with why he shouldn't come. Because, well, there's a load of reasons why, but I'll go only for a couple. One, because with these owners in charge, it isn't fair. It isn't fair on Slot. I wouldn't want Slot. Like, even we spoke about it on my channel, didn't we, a little bit, that I wanted him. Now, obviously, right, with thinking about it realistically, yeah, right, it's like, I just don't want him going down and ruining his career whilst these owners are in charge. And I'm going to stick by that until the end of time. I would rather take someone like Brendan Rodgers, right, who doesn't give a flying monkeys, who just sits around wanting to take a paycheck and have his career ruined even more. I'd rather have it go down that route, right? I know to a lot of Spurs fans, they will probably disagree with me and they want more of a stability. But not under these owners are we ever going to get stability anyway. So it doesn't matter whether we keep chopping and changing managers for the next, I don't know, say for the next 6 to 7 months. We are still going to, and I mean, I want to get Dermot's opinion on this because like, I've said quite a bit, and I've obviously said what I feel. And I know how you feel about this, but I haven't really heard Dermot's side to this. So Dermot, take it away, mate.
Right, if we're talking about Andy Slot, sorry, somebody's just popped in, and I was just saying I'll be there in a minute. Look. For me, I think it's a good choice. I think it's the only choice we have. I think it is. I said before, it's underwhelming, and I do feel underwhelmed by it. I'm not going to lie and say I'm on top of the roof saying, yeah, we're getting Andy Slot, great. I'm not. But it's who we deserve, as people have said in the chat. And it's where we are as a football club. as where we are as a team. We're not going to attract the biggest managers because we haven't got a director of football who's in yet, so we haven't got that. The owners don't spend money, so that's raking out some managers that want to spend money. So we have what we have. But we've got to get behind this man. We've got to give him all the support, everything we've got. We've got to give the new director of football time to get his vision implemented, as same as Andy Slot. And look, he done it at a final. He broke the Ajax domination in Holland. Let's not forget that. Ajax are a big club, and he broke the Ajax model. Look, very sorry, Dave.
No.
Just last point. You look at Ten Hag at United, it worked. You look at other managers, it doesn't work. I think Andy Slot will work. Because he's young, he's adaptable. Managers need to adapt to the Premier League. These foreign managers that don't adapt don't succeed. The managers that do adapt do succeed. I think he'll adapt, and I think he will succeed.
But it's nice to see us actually going for a manager in a job that has done well for a change, rather than managers that has been sacked. Because look, we hired Jose Mourinho because he was sacked. He was out there. Nuno was sacked. He was out there. Conte was sacked. He was out there. It's good to see us actually go and get a manager from a club that has actually, he's done well at. Now, can he replicate that at Tottenham?
He could, but just not under these owners, Dave. He can, but just not under these owners. And this is what I'm saying. Right?
Do you not think the way that Tim operates, the way that Arne Slot operates, and the way that, you look at Arne Slot, for instance, right? He rebuilt that Feyenoord team using youngsters, using young players from lower divisions, bring them in, working with them. Tim Stein or Steiner, or whatever you want to call it, that guy, if you look at his recruitment, especially at Bayer Leverkusen, brought in Moussa Diaby, relatively unknown, Demarabi, relatively unknown, Florian Wirtz, he got from Cologne's academy, brought him into Leverkusen, brought him into the first team. Patrick Schick there, Hincape, who we've sort of been linked with. So when you look at like their recruitment, right, they're not going to be spending millions upon millions of pounds that maybe a Paratici and a Conte recruitment that is needed, or a Jose Mourinho who'd want millions and millions of pounds. Now, I get that's where Spurs fans want to go, and it would be nice to see some of the best players in the world in a Tottenham jersey strutting their stuff at the Tottenham Stadium. But realistically, anyone that comes in that mold is always going to butt heads with the ownership because of the business model they operate under. But these guys, I think this is something. I think these guys are ones that Levy could work with, to be honest with you. And I know people are going to slate me for that, but when I look at it, they're not guys that are going to demand hundreds of £1 million. They're guys that will pick up players from lower league teams, lower league team academies, bring them into Tottenham to develop and nurture them. So do you not think they actually have a chance of working out under this ownership, considering they suit the business model?
Look, I want to agree with you, Dave, but I think this is the first time. This is the first time I think we are actually going to disagree. Because I want to have a little bit of a verbal boxing fight with you, mate. But and this is the first time I think ever we're actually going to disagree on anything. Because you know me, right? I'm not one to do anything like that unless I think your opinion's wrong. And I think your opinion is totally wrong this time, Dave. But under this ownership, right? We are not going to succeed with Arne Slot. We are just not.
I don't see him winning the trophy. I don't see him winning the trophy. I don't see Arne Slot the trophy.
No, not under this. No, but Dave, under this ownership, we're not going to win anything with anyone. This is where people start going on and saying, "Well, why don't we just do this and get this manager in, and we'll let Arne Slot and get this in?" No, I'm sorry, but it doesn't work like that. You need the ownership. It doesn't matter who. If the manager can work on the smallest budget, you can possibly give him $1 million a year. It doesn't matter. If you're going to sit here and you're gonna want to say that, well, we're going to have this, and this coming, you've got to look at it realistically, right? It's not the manager's fault. It's the owners who we need to get out. That's why I'm saying we need to get in a damn manager who I don't really care about in Brendan Rodgers, just to stabilise the ship for a year or two before it, like something that Corey said on my channel the other day, right? Where the Titanic, we're sinking, but we're sinking, and I said to him, we're sinking slower than the Titanic because there's nothing there.
I'm not debating that. Like, the thing is, you look at, you know, what we've done the last 4 years. You know, it's, you know, the evidence is there to support sort of what you're saying, that if we don't do what these guys want to do and we don't trust their expertise, then there is a chance that it might not work. However, you know, you're not buying players for an Antonio Conte who wants ready-made players. You're not buying ready-made players for a Jose Mourinho, and they come at a premium, 60, 70 million a piece. You're looking at a complete different sort of recruitment structure that suits Tottenham's business model, the way they want to operate. Whether we agree with the business model or not, that's the business model they want to operate on. And in order for it to work, you have a better chance of it succeeding with guys who can operate with it in that model. So I'm not sitting here debating that, you know. I'm also not sitting here saying that Arne Slot's going to win us something. I don't see that. But, you know, like, with your logic of everyone fails under the ownership, okay, fair enough. But what do you want me to do as a fan? Give up? Accept that whenever, you know, accept failure, give up until we're in the relegation and not care? No. I'm always going to try and play the way forward, regardless of who the owners is, because the reality is, you know, the owners ain't going tomorrow. They're just not. So, you know, you can't give up. At some stage, at some point, you've got to say, okay, regardless of the ownership, I still should care about the manager. I still should care about the director of football. I still should care about the playing squad and stuff like that. And, like, for me, I'm not just going to sit here and go, not going to work under this new ownership. And I'm going to highlight where I think it could work if the owners, you know, trust these guys' expertise, which is where I felt they've gone wrong in the past. They haven't exactly trusted the manager's expertise. They haven't exactly trusted the director of football's expertise. And that's because they put players forward. The board don't want to pay £78 million per player. So that means you have to go and look in the second bracket, this, that, and the other. Whereas under these guys, it's a complete different sort of scenario, you know, and you're looking at a complete different project. And for me, I think it is one that can get this squad back on the right track. It's something that I've wanted to see for quite some time. Like, when I was on Matty Hayes' channel, you know, when I first started all this sort of stuff, you know, for me, the squad needed a massive turnover. You had to get rid of Ario, Sissoko, Winks, all these guys, and everything else. And I've always said, you know, if these guys aren't up for the challenge, if you don't want to go and spend thousands or millions and millions of pounds, start bringing through the youth. Give them an opportunity. And at some stage, we have to sort this squad out and progress and try to start going forward on the football pitch. And for me, I will always, you know, I believe that someone like Arne Slot can definitely do that if he's given control. But someone like him is more than likely going to be given control over a squad, even though it's wrong. I think someone like a Conte or Jose, you should be given the control to, because they've got trophies and they've got history to prove that, you know, they know how to make the right decisions. But the reality is, under our business model, I expect them to give someone like Arne Slot control of the squad, because they're not going to have to spend 60, 70 million just to replace one player that guy wants out the door. He'll come with
Dave,
stuff like that.
Yeah, but Dave, the other thing is that I broke the other day, actually, because Corey, right, big up Corey, I love you, Corey, mate. What I said to you in the chat was only banks, bruv. But no, Corey's literally, like, working with me now on my channel, so you can catch up with Corey on, me and Corey on there, but I'll plug my channel afterwards. But yeah, like, you know, with something that doesn't work, it's kind of, like, how do I put it? It's a sinking ship, and Rodgers is probably the only person at the moment where we can go and get out of this. Well, not even get out of this mess, but just to stop the ship from sinking any further, even if it's only for a year or two. And yes, and I understand that people are probably going to be giving me grief over this now. I don't really care, because, like, I just don't want to see Arne Slot trash his whole reputation whilst these owners are in charge. And that's because, don't get me wrong, I like Arne, yeah, right? Arne is literally, I think, one of the best up-and-coming managers. Up-and-coming is the most important part in that. I thought I might as well just put out. But, yeah, look, he's the best up-and-coming manager, but I don't want to see him in this club until these owners have gone. Big up Matty Hayes, by the way.
Can I just add something on to that? Look, you're saying Slot's not the man. You need to bring in Brendan Rodgers. But for me, I'm looking at it. We've actually gone full circle. If Slot's going to do what Poch did, then aren't we going back to the model that Poch had? Then the last 4 years really have been a mistake with the managers we got in. We've tried going down with the experienced managers, and maybe they've realised their mistake. And then bringing in a Slot and a new director of football, we're going back to the Poch sort of what we had under Poch and Steve Hitchen. And
yeah, but
look, I agree with you about some point about the owners, but also the players have to take responsibility as well for the mistakes that they've made. You can't blame the owners. Since the players cross that white line, it's them 11 players or them 22 players, substitutes that come onto the pitch. You can't blame the owners for Colchester. You can't blame the owners for Sheffield United. You can't blame the owners for when we lost to a bunch of farmers out in the Conference League. You can't blame the owners for when we fell apart and lost 5-0 at Newcastle, or when we didn't turn up when we lost to Arsenal this season at the Emirates or at White Hart Lane. You can blame the owners for some things, but the players have to take responsibility. It's easy to blame the owners for everything, but you have to blame other people in this factor as well. It's like a big pie. Everyone has to take the share of responsibility, and you just can't shove it all onto one person. Everybody else has to take responsibility as well. Now, I think some people have to realise that. I understand what you're saying, Ryan, but I think you need to blame everyone equally instead of just blaming it onto the one person's.
Yeah,
that's my opinion. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Dermot, I agree with you. Yeah, right. But like the amount of times that we talk about these players all the time, we know they've got to take the responsibility. We know they've got to take this. We know they've got to take that. Dave, you know what I think about the players. That's why I've given up even talking about them at the moment, because I've literally been going through it all the way through on my channel, and I'm getting sick and tired about talking about the players now, because but I do agree with what Dermot's saying. Don't get me wrong, I agree with you, Dermot. Right? Everyone's got to take a piece of the pie for this. It's not just the owners, but obviously it's just annoying because we all know where it starts from, and we all know where it's rotten. We all know, and do you know what? It's really funny because calling these owners clowns is an insult now to clowns. To be honest, they are. It's an insult to clowns, and I've given up even calling them clowns myself because it's an insult. It's a big insult because like even clowns can probably do a better job than what we're doing at the moment. They'd probably be better at directing the right way where the ship should be going. But you know, like I get what you're saying, Dermot, man. And look, I respect everyone's opinion on this, even though you might want to come at me and say to me, well, Ryan, you're talking a load of this, that, or the other. Fine, I've got a thick skin. Come at me. I'll probably I'll suck it up, and I might go away and sulk, and you might not see me for a couple of days, but I've got a thick skin. Let me sulk, and then let me come back. But then that's just the way it is. I won't come back at you guys.
Yeah, but I respect what you're saying. I was just making the opinion that everyone has to take responsibility.
Oh yeah,
especially with them games, Colchester and Sheffield United, and all the games that we should have won, we didn't turn up with. You have to blame the players. They have to take responsibility.
Yeah, no, Dermot, like every time we have this kind of conversation, you always think that I forget about the players, but I don't. The thing is, I'm sick about talking about the players this year because otherwise we're just going around and around in circles. Because Dave, you know me better. You know what I think about all this trash, except for maybe Son, Kane, and Romero. So Dermot knows me. Dave knows why I don't talk about them as much anymore on this channel or even on my own channel because it's a joke. But did you hear one thing though, Dave? There's two things that I don't know if you heard or not. Okay. That's actually quite interesting. Lenglet is about to sign his contract full time if as long as he knows who the right manager is going to be and everything. I don't know if you heard about that.
Who, Lenglet?
Yeah.
Lenglet.
Yeah, apparently Ryan Mason has sanctioned sort of giving the go-ahead on him. I don't understand why people are up in arms, if you want me to be brutally honest. Is he better than Eric Dyer? Yes. Is he better than Sanchez? Yes. Is he better than Ben Davies? Yes. So for me, you know, if the plan is to bring him in here, bring in other players and make this guy sort of a backup or a squad player and ship out the rest, I don't see what the problem is.
No, but then do you know what the other problem is though, right, David? So on the next thing that I'm about to say that has really, really absolutely hammered. Like when the news broke, me and Corey went. I phoned up Corey and I said, Corey, look, mate, we need to go live about this crap, man, because this is becoming a joke. And that Dyer's got a new 3-year contract. I knew it was coming. And do you know what? Right? I know this is usually a family-friendly show, so I'll put it in a different way from how I've put it on my channel. But I think Daniel Levy is sleeping with that Donna Cullen. And that's why Dyer, right, hang on, that's why Dyer keeps getting contracts. Because he's got evidence of it.
I ain't going down that route for sure. Definitely not going down that route. Look, for me,
no. But
on Eric Dyer, it's like, look, it is what it is. Everyone knows I don't like the guy. Everyone knows. For me, I don't like him as not that I don't like him as a person. I just don't like him as a footballer. I think he's more costly than what he is beneficial to the club. I think it's every sort of ounce we can get out of him for the money that we paid for him. I don't understand if the idea is renewing the contract to keep the value there. What value? We paid $5 million for the guy and we've absolutely rinsed it out of him. There's not much more value there. We can't get sucked up into what we did with Harry Winks so easily. Someone would pay $20 million. Turns out no one does want to pay $20 million outside Tottenham. They do not see the value. And I reckon it's going to be with someone like Eric Dyer. So for me, I don't understand it. I don't think it should happen. And the guy's contract is up in, I think he's got 2 more years left on it. So why make him sign one? By the time that's up, I think he'll be into his 30s. So for me, it's absolutely pointless.
32.
Football club, just get him gone.
Can I just add to that? It actually has been put back to the summer. It actually hasn't been agreed yet. They've only started preliminary talks for what I've been told. So that contract has been put back to the summer.
All season, though, Darwin.
Yeah, they have, but they've been put back to the summer. So there's some sort of, I think there's somebody's not happy with the offer that's been made. So they've been put back to the summer. So fingers crossed now he decides to turn it down.
But do you know what I mean, though? It is a bit of a joke, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like you've always. It's the only explanation I can bring up for why Levy keeps offering him a new contract. It is the only. I'm sorry, but it's the only explanation. You've always wanted an explanation for why he keeps. What has he got on? What has Dyer got on Levy, and that's the only explanation I can come up with, mate. I'm sorry, but
I think it's his grandfather, his great-grandfather was like very powerful in the FA at some stage. That's why he's getting a new contract. It's a favour, in my opinion. It's an absolute favour. But
we'll have to agree to disagree on that then, Dave, because I obviously think something different. But hey,
also
we'll agree to disagree.
He does speak different languages. We've had Nuno, who was Portuguese. We've had Mourinho is Portuguese. Conte was Italian. He can speak different language, and he speaks Spanish to Romero in defence as well. So maybe there's that sort of come into it as well. So who knows? But he can't defend that, is for sure.
Give him a job as a translator then. You know, like what Bielsa had, that guy that follows him around. Give him that fucking job, not a jersey.
Oh yeah.
But Ryan,
definitely, just give him any job. Just don't let him on that football pitch ever again, because I'm getting sick and tired of having to talk about him every single season, and it's annoying.
I can give you a bit of breaking news. Dyer has now been appointed the new car park management at Tottenham Hotspur. On Saturday, going on, he's actually directing the traffic, so that's his new job.
Yeah, and then he's starting a trial next week as runway control at Dublin Airport. With all these fingers pointing and everything else, they had who was it? They had a good scout there, and they scouted Eric Dyer as a good waiver. But look, Rhino, man, we got to keep going. So give your channel a plug, brother.
Yeah, look, right, Corey's actually me and oh, sorry, Dad,
what exactly do I type in on YouTube to get the channel up? Because it's not coming up.
It's at Tottenham Forever 2300.
Okay.
Or no, hang on. It's either that or it's either that or I don't know. It's something. I mean, you can find it somewhere, surely. Because don't tell me you can't find it now. Because Jacob had a problem with this the other week as well.
I can't find it. I can't. But anyway, go ahead and plug it, my man.
Yep. Yeah. Well, look, right. Me and Corey are now like the new Jack and Dave. Like he's on there every time now. Anytime I go live now, because he hasn't got a channel of his own and he wants to set one up, but for personal reasons that I won't go into, he can't. But that's why he's working with me on my channel now to get him out of the abyss. Basically, me and Corey are actually, funnily enough, going to be reviewing every game one day every day once the season's over. And then we're going to probably talk about, me and him now will be talking about swatting away the all those what you call it, all those transfer rumours that are going to be coming around.
Yeah.
So, because and apparently, but do you know what makes me laugh? Just before I go, right? It makes me laugh what you said at the beginning, because I was actually in Tesco's when I heard this, and I wanted to, and I literally burst out laughing when you said this, and everyone turned around and said, "What you laughing at?" I said, "Oh, it's my clown of a club, Tottenham." I went, yeah. When you said that, oh, we're going to be busy this season. Really? Are you kidding me?
I didn't say it. I'm just reading out reports. I said that the reports from what the journalists are saying is they're saying that we're going to have a busy summer, which
bro, we're not.
We need one.
We need to, but we're not. We need to. I agree with you on that, Dave. 110%. We need to, but there's no way there's more chance of hell freezing over before we actually start getting busy in the transfer window. And I'm sorry, but it's true. I mean, it's crazy.
It is.
Mate, I don't know.
Just give me 1 second right now. I'm just going to throw your link in here in the chat. Mia's just sent it to me very, very kindly.
Oh, thank you, Mia. Mia, I wasn't trying to have a pop at you earlier, love. I was just literally saying, because I know you like to have a little bit of war paint and a bit of verbal argument. So anytime you're free and you want to have a verbal argument with me and Corey, come on over. Oh, that's another thing. Is Ellie still around in the chat?
Yes, she is.
Okay, Ellie. I just wanted to put this out to you, Ellie. You can actually take this up with Corey, because this is more out of Corey's mouth than it is mine. He doesn't think that Ribsy is a good enough player and he should be sold in the summer. Just thought I'd put that out there so that she can actually take it up with Corey. Sorry, Corey, mate. I had to put that out there, bro. I know you're watching backstage. Sorry, mate, but I didn't want to throw you under the bus like that, but I had to say it.
If she's not in the chat, I will pass on the message. I will be seeing her tomorrow.
Pass it on. But big up, right, man. Really appreciate it.
All right.
And soon.
Yeah, cool. All right. Levy, you the twos, we the ones.
Big up, right? I'll see you soon, my man. Everyone, the link for Ryan's channel is down here. If you want to get over and check it out. Good guy, Ryan. Nice guy as well. So click on the link, get over there and smash that subscribe button. But Dermo, we also have to let you go as well, my man.
Yeah, I am very sorry, Dave. I do apologize.
No, you're all good.
No, I've actually enjoyed nearly 2 hours and 50 minutes of being pure fun. What a way to spend this Friday afternoon. It's been an honor again. This is like an honor coming on to your show, and it really is. It's a privilege as well. So thank you for thinking of me, and I'll see you in the morning. So I'm looking forward to that as well. It's been a while since I've been on the build-up, so can't wait for that. Yeah, if you want to come over and find me, if you like what I have to say, me and Philip Brady and Ellie, you can find us also, Mia as well. You can find us on THFC Till I Die. We've got build-ups. We've got watch along tomorrow. And we've got some new FIFA content coming up as well. Can Ryan Mason take us to glory at the moment? But we're up to fourth. I have sold Dyer. I've sold all the crap players. I've bought in Bazuma. I've spent over about 400 million on new players, and we're not sitting nicely in the league. And we're
taking over the Qataris in FIFA, did you?
I did, yeah. I went with a 500 million transfer budget just to start off with. Nice
Well,
and simple.
Why
But
not?
yeah, we've got loads of stuff coming over there, so please get over and give us a like. We've reached our milestone of 1,200 for this season, so we're on the march for 2K for the end of next season. So please give us a
Big up
like
there, man.
and do it here as well. So thanks a lot, Dave.
No, big up, my man. I really appreciate your time today. Very kind of
Yeah.
you to step in for Jack today. So I appreciate it, Dermo.
Really enjoyed it. Thanks a lot,
Legend.
Dave, and I'll see you later, brother.
Legend. I'll see you later, Dermo.
Yeah.
See you, my man.
Take
Bye-bye.
care now. Bye-bye. Bye.
Everyone, please do get over and smash the subscribe on Dermo's channel. Very kind of him to get over here and help me out today and that. So please do get onto Dermot's channel and smash that subscribe button and show him the support. It's not just him over there. You've got Eddie, you've got Philip as well. So make sure you get over there and show these guys the support. But look, we're down to the final 3 guests. We've got Michael, we've got Corey, and we have KPV, who I think wants to be called Randy Orton today. But look, Michael is next. Let's get him on. Let's hear what he has to say. Where is he? Here he is. Michael, my man, how are you keeping?
Mate, and I thought that my FIFA careers are unrealistic.
Stop. Darmo loves a bit of cash, so he does. He loves it.
Yeah. To be fair, what I really like to do in FIFA careers is I try to recreate the manager's face if he's not in the game. Like Slot is not in the game, so I try to recreate his face. I appoint myself as a manager of Tottenham, and I try to like replicate their style of play onto our team, right? And funnily enough, because I what I found funny is that whichever like manager I try to be, and whatever tactic I try to employ, it's always the same fucking players I sell and the same players I bring in, because the same areas, no matter what like formation you pick, it's the same areas that need to be fixed, right? So funnily enough, the only difference I made this time is that I started the career and United came in with a bid for Kane, right? And I was like, nah, I never sell Kane. And, but then I thought to myself, if I don't sell Kane, it's always going to be like the same career for me, because I always don't sell Kane, like get everything to him, right? So this time I thought, okay, I'm going to sell him. It's going to be painful as fuck, but I used that money to rebuild the squad. And trust me, I've built the best squad ever. It's going to be legendary when I start playing.
Unreal. No, for me, I just bat away the Harry Kane offers. I sell the shite. And then I like to go after what I think is like good young prospects around Europe, bring them in and develop them. That's what my career mode is. But right now I'm on the ultimate team where I have Romero playing beside Ledley King. I have Lineker playing beside Robbie or beside Harry Kane. I've got Bale one side, Richarlison the other. I'm absolutely flying an ultimate team. But look, that's enough of video game talk, Michael. Let's talk about the news that's out there today. Looking like it's going to be Arne Slot and Tim as well coming in as director of football. You happy with it? Do you find it unambitious? Does it excite you? Where are you at with it?
I'm not going to lie. I don't really know much about the director of football, right? So it's hard for me to like give an opinion.
Yeah.
I know where he worked. I listened to what you guys had to say about it, right? For me, it's going to sound stupid again, but it's not really about like the name itself, because I think if you are a director of football of Leverkusen or Brentford or Napoli or Frankfurt, those guys are they know what they are doing, all of them, right? It's just about the resources that you give them, the trust and the power that you give to those guys, right? So for me, if the club decides that he is the right guy to do the job, but they actually like allow him to do the job instead of like this whole pussyfooting around and just appointing him and then making all the decisions anyways, then if that's their plan, to give the guy the power to rebuild the squad, then I'm all for it, right? I'm happy with it. And with Arne Slot, I've watched a couple of Feyenoord games this season. And like seriously, they play some really nice football. I know that their squad is way different than ours, and it will require a lot of work to adapt our squad to the style, right? But like the manager doesn't have to like copy exactly the same tactic to our squad, right? He can tinker with it. He can adapt some roles, adapt like certain places, right? So for me, I would be all for it, right? I think he's an exciting prospect, Arne Slot as a manager, right? I think he's done brilliant work with Feyenoord. What he has achieved there is absolutely magnificent, to dethrone Ajax and PSV. It's not something to be scoffed at, right? I know it's a Dutch league, and people tend to dismiss whatever the guys are doing there. But look at Ten Hag, right? I know he's not a perfect manager, but the job he's doing comparable, like when you compare it to Ole, like come on, he's way better than Ole, right? So I would be excited if we got Arne Slot, right? If we get him, because like as you said, it's all still in the air, right?
You said you've watched a bit of his Feyenoord team. So what do you see from that Feyenoord team that maybe us Spurs fans can get a bit excited about?
So basically, like the main way because it's often said that he plays a 2-8 formation in attack, right? It's not exactly like that gung ho, from Gekeciński at it, but I think he employs like a really interesting tactic where he has his like center back pairing playing high line, right? He plays a possession style of football, right? So he tries to suffocate the team in their own half, right? Similar to what City are doing.
How does that pressing work, though, Michael? What sort of trap does he set up then if we get after them in their own half? Is it through the middle, just maybe forcing them to go back to goalkeeper, force them out to the fullback and getting a lot of pressure on there? What would we be looking at?
So basically what he does, right? He has his two center backs sitting like on a high line. He has his defensive mid sitting kind of behind them. So like center backs are kind of wider, center mid is in the middle, right? So they kind of form a three, and all the other players press high up the pitch. So the fullbacks, or wing backs, however you want to call them, they join with the wingers to create overloads on the sides, right? And then his midfield and the striker press in the middle, right? So they kind of try to like outnumber. Of course, you cannot really outnumber the team if you are trying to suffocate them, because you have to like have some players in the defense, right? But still, they try to put a lot of pressure on individual players. They try to like, whenever they get the chance, they jump on the occasion to press, to outnumber the players, similar to what City did against Real, right? If you watch that match, whenever Modric got the ball, it was instantly two players around him, right? Blocking the passing lanes, etc., right? So I think in that case, it's a really front-footed style of football, right? And I think that's kind of what we've been lacking. That's what a lot of fans say that they want to see. That they want to see like football that is proactive, not reactive, because we like for the past 4 years we kind of played reactive football, right? We defended deep, we waited we waited for the mistakes, we capitalized on the counter attacks, right? We did some interesting plays from time to time, but it was like more defensive style. I think he plays an extremely offensive style. But listen, if you want to apply this style of play, you have to like make some changes in this in our squad, because like that Dyer as a pairing of two playing high line with Romero, never happening.
Never gonna happen. just regardless of, because look, we know we need a new goalkeeper. We know we need new centre backs for any manager to succeed, right? You're absolutely spot on there, and especially a manager that wants to play attacking football, it's even more crucial. But regardless of him having to make signings, is there anything that you've seen that would make you wary that he can't replicate in the Premier League? Because King Hall brings up a good point here. He says the only issue is whether Slot can be effective with his philosophy in a much harder league. A bit like what De Zerbi is doing at Brighton after managing a smaller club. Is there anything you've seen from Arne Slot that you fear he might not be able to do, or are you convinced he can do it with maybe a few adaptations?
I think he cannot be as front-footed as he is in the Dutch league. Like the context of the Dutch league is that they have like a magic facton of technical players. Every team is technical, right? But that means that those teams like to play on the front foot. All the teams like to play on the front foot, right? And it's kind of easier to play on the front foot when there is not like that much quality to hit you back like with quality, right? That's the issue. So I think he cannot play as aggressively And also, as I mentioned, I think you would need to make some personal changes in our team, because it's not only about like center backs. I singled out Dyer, right? But I also think like some players in our midfield couldn't necessarily perform the task given by him. And so it's like, for me, it's all about his approach. If he's naive, then I think this could fail, right? But listen, we are not getting Nagelsmann, we are not getting Poch, right? Then there is like next level of managers. He's in the next level of managers, right? You have to be real with it, right? There is not many. We are not bringing Ancelotti in again. That's like third version of Mourinho or Conte. That's not happening, right? So, like, there aren't many world-class jobless managers out there, right? So you have to kind of look a bit lower, but with that you always take risks. Even world-class managers bring risks, right? So for me, I would be open to giving the guy a chance, right? I think it has a chance of not working out, but if it works out, damn, we are going to play some nice football, and it's going to be enjoyable to watch us play, right? But as you said, David, we need to make changes in that team, because like, of course, no matter the manager that we bring, we always need to make transfers and changes, right? But with him especially, we need to like give him the players that he wants for his system, right?
And look, it's not only a centre back. Like, number one is absolutely crucial, because when teams have tried to press that Feyenoord team, Arne Slot does look for his goalkeeper to sort of deliver it into the forward players, one of them 3 forward players. And it's like, you need a goalkeeper that has that good distribution. So we definitely need a goalkeeper in as well, because a lot of things I've seen, Michael, where people say, what's Mourinho's plan B? What's Conte's plan B? Well, this guy, we already know, has a plan B for when they are pressed. But if we don't give him that to execute it, I think it's unfair to ask them questions. So is a goalkeeper just as important as a centre-back to make it work for Arne Slot?
Yes, definitely. Like, if you want to play any version of offensive football, you have to have a goalkeeper that can assist the backline in one playing out of the press, right? Because like, if you play with 2 center backs and you leave them alone, and you push everyone up the pitch, and there is like 8 players in the opposition half, and you have your 2 center backs, and then they get pressed by 3, like front 3 of the opposition, and they cannot pass the ball to the goalie, like it is right now with us, right? If we played a back 4, and Dyer and Romero were passing between each other, right? You have to create like triangles, and one of the triangles that you create is with the goalkeeper, right? So we have to have a goalkeeper that can play with the ball at his feet, right? And as you said, we have to upgrade on the center back, no matter which formation we apply, right? If it's a different manager with a back 3, you still need to play out of the back 3, right? So we still need to upgrade on the goalkeeper and center back. Those are my 2 priorities for that window, right? Whatever we do up the pitch is not necessarily a bonus. Not that I would be okay if we didn't upgrade in the midfield or the forward line, right? But the defense and the goalkeeper, absolute must. We have to bring in a quality center back and a quality goalkeeper this summer.
100%. Another thing with Arne Slot, Michael, is he does like to work with young players, His Feyenoord team that finished 3rd was young enough anyway. 3 of his players ended up getting moves to the Premier League, and he went and rebuilt it with young players and players from lower divisions at a young age as well. Do you see this guy coming in and working with a Kane and Son, or do you think he might have different ideas? Because for me, I think he has to come in and work with these guys. I don't think you can fob them off and look for the club to spend more money in them areas when, there's other areas at the back line that is more crucial to his system.
It would be so stupid if he didn't like settle on working with Kane and Son, right? Because you may like working with younger, more energetic players, right? But Kane and Son are so good that you have to adapt your style to those 2 players, right? 100%. And it's maybe they won't be pressing as much as his Feyenoord team, right? But you can make, as I said, small changes in your system that would like facilitate having those 2 in your side, right? And listen, they are brilliant, Kane and Son, right? You have to adapt to working with them. So yes, he likes working with the youth. I think that it would be beneficial for our like youth academies. You know, maybe Devine would finally get a chance. You know, maybe I don't know. Maybe he would convince Mandel to stay and give him some game time, right? There are plenty of other like young players in our academy that would maybe get like at least a couple of minutes somewhere, like playing the bottom of the league side, or you know, early rounds in the Carabao or FA Cup, right? Not
that
like
excites me, though, Michael.
Yeah, I would be extremely excited, and also like his Feyenoord side, some of the players that were in that side when he finished third and are in this side that finished first now. Like you mentioned at the beginning of the show, the Turkish guy Kokcu. Kokcu, something like this. I'm not sure on the pronunciation, right? He is a fucking bowler. He's 21, absolute. Like I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised if we couldn't get him because he's destined for a move to a bigger club, right?
He's key to the slot system, isn't he? Technical wise, like he can take the ball anywhere.
Yeah, it's absolutely like brilliant in carrying the ball, extremely dangerous. Like foot, so many goals that he scored from outside the box, right? And generally his Feyenoord side, because like that also connects with his tactic, right? If you try to suffocate the team, they tend to low block, right? Look what United did against us on Old Trafford, right? They absolutely peppered the goal with shots, and eventually some of those shots came to a conclusion and they scored the goal, right? And his Feyenoord side was doing the similar thing, right? They suffocated the opposition and then, just banging in the shots from distance. And he had some absolutely like ridiculously good long shot takers, right? In that side. Kokcu is absolutely brilliant. I'm also not sure about the pronunciation, but I think it's Gertruda. Is a right back. Yeah, the right back, right? Also like a brilliant player. Generally, the whole squad was well oiled, well disciplined, and they were listening to him, and that's the most important thing, right?
So on the base of the direction we're going down, right? Because it's clear to see that we're going down a younger route. The recruitment's going to be not even what Spurs fans were used to under Pedro Porro. Like, I'll be surprised if you see names like Porro or Richarlison linked to Tottenham this summer, or players of that stature. I think it'll be a lot of different names. I forget where I was going to go with that question now, but a lot of sort of different names. Do you see Arne Slot being able to get what he wants, considering he's not going to be asking for 50, 60, 70 million pound players, that, his recruitment, will be completely different to what we're used to seeing? So does that give him a better chance of actually getting what he wants, with it sort of fitting in the business model that he wants us to operate under?
I think there is, like, of course they will have their internal talks, and, we will see what happens eventually, right? But I think there is like a middle ground between like getting in only youngsters, unknown kids from, Azerbaijan or somewhere, right? And there is like between that and bringing in like 50, 60 million players. I think there is this like golden, middle somewhere in between, that you can actually bring in players who aren't necessarily like as established as some names. Like, let's say, for example, Pau Torres, right? He's quite young, but he would command a big fee, but still this guy, like, I don't think this will be our target. As you said, I don't think we'll go for guys like, I don't know, Bellingham is
Bastoni,
not a good,
for instance.
Bastoni, right? But Bastoni never happening, right? Too expensive. I think if the club appoint Slot, they will try to go for the lower like price range, but I don't think they will go all the way down to like bringing in £5 million players. I think we'll try to like fix the squad with maybe players in the range of 20 to 30 million, in my opinion, right? But still, that for me, that holds true. But I think we need one statement, like, big signing for that backline or the goalie, right? I think that either a center back or a goalie should be like a big signing, right? I'm not saying like 100 million, of course not, but like 50 to 60 million. I think we can afford one and still fix the rest of the squad with like those 20 to 30 million pound players, right? That's how I would look. Of course, what will happen is
it'd be interesting. I would say one centre back to probably keep an eye on would be Hincapié. I mean, that guy,
I love it.
he actually brought him to Leverkusen. You know, he also brought that Argentinian Palacios to Leverkusen as well. So he also has a good idea of the South American market, which we were out there already underneath Antonio Conte. Remember that scout that famously gave away our targets on TV over there. So it'll be interesting to see if we pick up any players from that sort of region and get them in here. But also, in Capia, I don't think I would write that off. I think there's potential that might actually happen with this team guy coming in. It sort of fits what Arne Slot is looking for as well. But Michael, outside of the obvious players like Dyer and Sanchez and stuff like that, King Odin putting a good question there again. Is there any sort of players that you think might actually struggle underneath them that Spurs fans aren't expecting, like a Højbjerg or Skip, maybe a Richarlison or someone like that? Is there anyone that you think might not be able to adjust to his style and might be left behind by his style?
I think it would be a bit easier to start with those who will like definitely suit in. I think that Bentancur is nailed on for his style of play. Like Bentancur has 4 lungs. I don't know how this guy can run for so long and doesn't tire. I think Porro is a perfect player for him. I think Udogie will have an absolute blast playing under him because Udogie, the way he plays in Udinese is like he's a left wing back in a back 5, right? Yeah. But he's always up the pitch, bombing down that left side. And I think it kind of fits with, even though Slot plays a back 4, still his wing backs or full backs, they are really far up the pitch, which would suit Porro and Udogie, right? I think Kane and Son, they are just too good not to fit into like pretty much any formation, in my opinion. I would say it's not that I wouldn't want him in the squad, but I would say Kulusevski might struggle a bit, a bit, right? And it's not that he's not technical enough, right? Absolutely, like technically, Kulusevski is fair and square, right? I just think that Kulusevski, I don't know if you noticed, he has like 60 to 70 minutes of running in him, in my opinion. He's not that player that can work for the whole 90 minutes. So I think it's not that Kulusevski wouldn't be played. I think we would need like a substitution for him, a guy who could come in for him, and the level is not dropping, right? I think Bissouma would be an absolutely perfect like center defensive mid, as I explained, like the guy sitting between the center backs when they are attacking. Other than that, I think you would definitely need another center mid to that aggressive center mid, the guy like Kokchu or the other guy, right? I don't remember his name. But I think the guys that could struggle, definitely, like as you said, Dyer, Sanchez, Lloris, forget it, right? I think with Højbjerg, I'm not sure. I think if you like gave him the role of that sitting mid behind the center backs, and that would be his role, like to be that destroyer, to be that force in front of the center backs, I think he could actually perform in that role. The issue with Højbjerg is whenever you try to give him both like the defensive and the offensive responsibilities, I think that then he gets lost. I think he just needs to focus on one thing. So I would definitely give Højbjerg a chance. Skip, I think he's a kid, he will adapt, right? So yeah, I think we would need to upgrade in certain areas, right? But I don't think like we are that far off an 11 that would be perfectly suitable for his style of play. I don't think we are that far off, right? And again, with Kulusevski, please, chat, don't murder me. I said he would suit his style, but I am like a bit concerned with the fitness, right? Kulusevski, it's not about the pace, it's more about durability, right? I feel like Kulusevski has like 60, 70 minutes of game time in him. So with that, fast-paced, pressing energy style of play, I don't think he would handle playing like twice a week that style of play. Like, maybe he would struggle a bit fitness-wise, right? That's my only concern in terms of like our starting 11.
No, interesting. Great discussion on Arne Slot, by the way. It's been a good one. Hopefully, people have took a lot from that. But look, Michael, last question for you before we let you go, my man. It's been a brilliant chat. Lucas Moura, he cried like a baby in his interview. This, that, and the other. Does he go down as a Tottenham legend for that night in Amsterdam?
No. Okay. let me give you my opinion on it, right?
Yeah,
He's not a legend, right? I think we have a tendency as fan bases, not even like Tottenham fan base, but generally like football fans, we have a tendency of throwing like the phrases like legend, world class, top draw, whatever. We are too easy to give those like titles away, in my opinion. And with Lucas, like, to be a legend of a club, you have to do something magnificent, right? You have to win something. You have to be brilliant. You have to break records. You have to be like, the face of the club for me to be a legend, right? For me, like, I don't know, all the guys from the past that I haven't had the privilege to watch, right? I think Kane is a legend of our club. I think Son will be a legend, right? Like, absolutely, like over 100, what is it, like 130 goals right now or something mad like that, right? I think those guys will be legends, right? But with Lucas, he is of course he's alive still, right? Sorry. He is a man of the moment. I absolutely adore him for what he did in Amsterdam. He's one of the reasons that I became a fan of our club, right? After all, because in that season 18-19, I was only getting into football. I wasn't really decided on the team that I will be supporting. And that Champions League run, including that night at Amsterdam, one of the first matches that I actually watched, with my own choosing, not because of like my buddies, and drinking beer. It was just I sat down and I watched. I was absolutely like flabbergasted by what I saw on the screen. So for that, he will always be like part of the club, part of the memories. I thank him for his service, even though like it's been fucking up and down. Like, if you want to find the definition of a binary player, it's probably Lucas. He was either up there or down there, right? It was never, you never got that that consistency out of him. So as again, I thank you for your service to the club. Thank you for giving me that night at Amsterdam, right? I absolutely loved watching like every single like 45 minutes of that second half, and what you did there was absolutely magnificent. But to be a legend, it has to be more. If he did that like thrice or 4 times or whatever, then maybe he would be a legend back then. Or maybe if he won that Champions League match and he contributed in the final, then I would like be more willing to give him that title, right? But it's maybe like a cult hero, or like an icon, something like this, right? But a legend is something like completely out there, right? It's like Hodus, Wodus, Ginolas, Klinsmann, or Kane. Oh shit, I almost throw something. Kane, Son, those guys are legends, right? Moura, no, he's not a legend for me, right?
Yeah, I agree. Maybe a cult hero for that one night, or for the Amsterdam night, or for the brace at Old Trafford. I think he was the first player to score a hat-trick at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Definitely not a legend. Definitely agree with that, Michael. But Michael, before we let you go, Timmy with a nice comment here. He says, every time Michael, you and Jack are on together, I stop whatever I'm doing and I fully focus and listen. And look, we like Michael. We had the podcast was absolutely a sensational podcast, I thought. Some really great discussions. And I'll throw you a text later, Michael. I want to ask you something, my man. So,
of course, man.
Big up. Okay. Well, anything finally you want to say to Spurs fans before we let you go?
I actually, like, if you don't mind, like a couple of minutes me rambling a bit, because you asked a question I really wanted to answer about booing of players, and how they will be received in the Brentford match, right? I think I'm kind of torn on it, right? Because one of your guests said that, listen, they've been getting like booed to the to the changing room at half times for like half the season already, right? And rightfully so. I think they deserved, for many of the performances that they showed us, they absolutely deserve to be booed, right? But last game of the season for me is something like, it's a bit strange, right? Because after all, it hasn't been like a turbo shit season. We are not getting relegated. I know it's been like we all had massive expectations for this season, right? With Conte there, with how we ended the previous season. I think many of people feel let down.
Yeah.
But still, it's the last match at your home ground. I feel like even though you may not like what happened this season, and I kind of find it strange that I'm saying this because I'm all for booing players if they are shit, right?
Yeah.
But kind of if it's the last game of the season, I'm kind of like, okay, even though you were disappointing this season, you kind of deserve like some acknowledgement for your efforts, even though for some of those players the efforts were absolutely absolutely dog shit, right? But I think like Kane deserves it, Son deserves it, Højbjerg, even though he's been shit for majority of the season, still he deserves it, right? Or some players deserve it, right? So it's an issue, right? Because if they were like, imagine if they were doing the lap of honor, right? And they were separated but by 10 meters each, so the crowd could actually focus on one player. I think there were some players who would get clapping and some players who would get boos, and I think that would be fair.
Look, it is a hard one for me. Maybe you could sing the Kane song, sing the Sun song, and then start booing the rest. Because look, for me, I get it, but I do think they should also know how we feel. And I get, they've been hearing it all season, but the reality is like, how many years did we spend praising these guys? How many years did we spend singing their names, idolizing these games? I think Spurs fans have been in the right to boo them off this season. It's not acceptable what they've been doing. And I think Spurs fans have been in the right to boo them off tomorrow, regardless of the result as well. But, also I would say is, if you are going to vent your frustration at the players, owners also have to take some as well. They also have to hear the frustration because, they've been a part of what's gone on this year as well. So, it'd be interesting to see what happens tomorrow anyway, for sure. But, Michael?
Some of the guys from like YouTube scene and others, right, are organizing a protest tomorrow, right, before the game. So, listen, if
9 a.m.
Yeah, 9 a.m. So if someone like wants to join them, and as like my friends from there were saying, you don't have to like sing, shout, whatever, right? Just walk up, talk for a bit, show yourself, bring numbers, etc. Right? I think, as you said, David, right? Players deserve to know that we are not happy with what we've seen, but also the ownership definitely deserves to know that we are not happy with what happened this season, right? Because as I said, we all had expectations for this season. I foolishly put us like third in my predictions for this season, right? I actually thought with how we played last season, right? I thought that third is like achievable for us, right? And unfortunately, I've been massively let down this season, and it's ever since like World Cup, it's been going down on an absolutely mad spiral, right? So we cannot accept that, right? We cannot, as fan base, show our ownership, listen, that's okay. It's okay. We can take 62 points in a season, getting absolutely like booty fucked at Newcastle, all those stuff. You have to show your discontent, right? In some way. It doesn't have to be like, it's not about violence or, protesting, crashing the game, whatever, right? Just, maybe one song, show your face, like give support to those guys that actually organize like stuff there, right? I think we should be united as a fan base. And again, it doesn't have to end with the ownership going or selling or whatever, right? But they have to know that it's not acceptable for seasons like this to happen, right? It has to be better. We are a better club than what has been seen this season, right?
For sure, absolutely, spot on. And the reality is, the more numbers that show their displeasure and voice their displeasure, hopefully the end result is the more pressure it puts on them owners, and either they change the way they operate or they look to sell at the first opportunity. So absolutely spot on. So someone else says, is it 10 a.m.? I think Ben said earlier on it was 9 a.m. at Ben Kaufman. So look, whether it's 9 or 10, it doesn't matter. You're down there nice and early. Feel free to get down there and show your support. I believe it's happening across from the club shop, so you won't be able to miss it for sure. But Michael, big yourself up, my man, and a great call as always. Thank you very much. Enjoyed that.
Big up, David. Pleasure speaking with you.
Go get your FIFA career underway.
Yes, of course. Guys.
See you, Michael. See you.
Bye-bye.
Everyone, big up Michael in the chat. That was a really enjoyable phone call, actually. Very well versed on Arne Slot. So, guys, do get in there and give Michael a lot of love in the comments. Paul Markey says Slot to be worse manager than Bergwijn was a player. Do you know, Paul Markey, I sort of, you know me, I agree with you on an awful lot. And I trust your judgment on things, you know. I do trust your judgment on things. I'm going to disagree a little bit on this one. I do see the potential there for Arne Slot. Now, look, I'm not saying he's going to win us trophies. I don't see that happening. We can get us on the right direction. It's a gamble, though, Paul. It's a huge gamble. It's one of them. It's 50-50. You bring in a Potts, you bring in an Eagles, man. It's sort of going to work out, right? With an Arne Slot, it's sort of unknown how it's going to work out, which is... It is a gamble. It is a gamble. But look, you know, Paul, I do hope Arne Slot works out because I can't take losing any longer. I really can't. It's absolutely driving me insane, my man. But look, thank God Bergwijn's gone. Thank God Bergwijn's gone. But big up, Paul Markey. Really appreciate the support, brother. Let me know what it is you don't see in Arne Slot, though, please. Let me know what it is about Arne Slot that maybe you're not really feeling it, Paul. Big yourself up, lad. But look, let's keep this moving. The next guest we have on, I believe, is Corey. Is it Corey or KPV? I can't remember, but Corey's in there next anyway. So we'll go with Corey. Then we've got KPV, and then we've got Donovan sneaking in there at the end. I own, and we'll definitely speak to Donovan and see what that guy has to say as well. But let's get on Corey boy.
What up, guys?
Corey, how you keeping, my man?
Bout of COVID. That's why I'm wearing my sunglasses, because it looks like I've literally been punched in the face by Tyson. How red my eyes are.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry.
Just starting to find my voice as well. So
yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you'll be all right, brother. I really do hope you'll be all right. Look, where do you stand on Arne Slot and Tim? Tim, if he was to be announced.
It's been 55 days now looking for a manager. I was going to be cheeky and go down to the betting shop, stick a tenner on it being 100. You know. It feels like we're just trying to fill a gap. Arne Slot is a good manager, yes, don't get me wrong. Director of football coming in, not a bad appointment. But all the time, Enoch, Levy and Lewis are in charge of us. Do you really see much investment after this? We've now become that club we was 10, 15 years ago, buy to sell.
See, I think
sell
that's
to
the
buy
biggest,
again.
I think that's the biggest question, though, isn't it, Corey, that, you know, it's sort of like, yeah, you can have the notions of bringing in these guys and everything else, but are you going to spend what it needs to be back? Now, look, my theory or maybe my pushback would be is that when you look at Tim, when you look at Arne Slot, when you look at Tim as well, Tim Stein, I don't think they're going to be after the 60, 70, 80 million pound players. Do you think that might actually, you know, get Levy to loosen the purse strings a bit and actually back these guys?
We've had 2 decades of them trying to loosen the purse strings. It's not been loosened since they've come in. They've let bits and pieces trickle here and there. I still think the 150 million, this is a bit of a weird one to say, right? But I still think the 150 million we were given this season was some sort of money laundering going on behind the scenes, you know, with Enoch.
Well, I mean,
I have that sneaking suspicion.
Reports today, my man, suggest that Joe Lewis increased his net worth by 800 million over the last year. So it does look like they've got the money.
So this is what gets me with Joe Lewis. The guy's a billionaire owner and acts like a millionaire. So instead of shopping at your Harrods or your nice expensive shops, for rummaging around in the manager's bargain bin down at Lidl for players after time now. We went from a team 6 years ago with solid defences in Alderweireld, Jan Vertonghen, Kyle Walker, and less Danny Rose, though, you know, mental illness. I know about that one all too well. We've spent the last 7 or 8 years now trying to replace Kyle Walker with absolute dross, season in, season out. After Alderweireld and Vertonghen left, our defence has been the weakest it's been in God knows how long. Yeah. I've lost all respect for Hugo Lloris, what he did at Newcastle, spitting his dummy out and going out on the beach early. If you're the team captain, mate, you should be sticking your foot up the breast of those players' asses. I've been here one of the longest. It's time you start acting like a Spurs player. It's like you've put that shirt on your back, you're getting paid the money through the club and the players buying your shirts and coming in season ticket after season ticket. And it's time you guys start acting.
So would I be right in saying you don't believe the Hugo Lloris injury?
I don't believe it, mate.
Yeah, neither do I.
He spat his dummy out after conceding 5. Now, me as a goalkeeper, if I've done that, I'd be screaming at my defence more than anything. Yeah. Not what I'm doing wrong, but if your defenders and midfielders aren't holding up the play for you to try and make your goal smaller to scoring or try to make that save, then you know you've got a problem in front of you. The guy knows he's got problems in front of him. You can't blame him.
Yeah.
And then,
I agree with you.
Then what I'm going on with Slot here is he likes these young players, but we keep year after year losing high quality players, youth players. I mean, I think I heard about a week ago that Alfie Devine went into a local barber's in London. He's removed all his Tottenham tags, I believe, off his Twitter pages and everything. And he was sitting there talking to the guy, yeah, I'm off in the summer. They brought in Sarr. All the coaches know I'm better than Sarr, but I'm not getting picked, so I'm leaving. So that's another player we're losing. We're losing Rafi Mandel. The kid's phenomenal, you know. We got Alfie Donington sitting in our youth team.
Yeah.
Should be looking at him as well. He's a quality young under 21s capped England player. He's also won a tournament with England. So, you know, these young kids know what to do.
Do you think that's maybe the vision? I'm not going to sit here and say the club has a massive vision, because I mean, that vision has been sort of skewered, especially over the last 4 years. But do you think that's maybe the idea behind the Slot and bringing in the director of football as well, is that they are looking to actually clear this pathway for some of the youngsters there, because they know they do have some talented youngsters? And do you think someone like Alfie Devine might actually change his mind, given Arne Slot coming in, and given that Arne Slot does like and does prefer to work with younger players and mould them?
I'm hoping that these younger players can be persuaded now if Slot is 100% being confirmed coming in. I mean, no one's seen anything come up on Sky Sports News. I'm sifting through all day long Tottenham news, football news, Feyenoord news. I'm looking everywhere to see any kind of confirmation, even with the press thing that the Slot did on Sky Sports. It's kind of cryptic and it kind of isn't. Excuse me a minute. Oh, COVID, what a bitch, right? Sorry, my language.
No.
It amazes me how it's taken, nearly another 60-day gap. 3 managers in a season. It should have been, right, if Conte was getting sacked, your manager choice should have been within 1 or 2 weeks. Then our season could have been rectified and saved. You've got to look down what are the coaching staff doing? Yeah. Why aren't they pulling their finger out? Why aren't these players executing the plans of the managers that they train week in, week out for, paid millions of pounds a year to play, you know? These players have got to be held accountable. The management have got to be held accountable, and so does the ownership of our team.
Yeah. Look, I definitely don't disagree. I definitely don't disagree with you there. I think the owners have made bad decisions in terms of, look, especially the last 4 years, which is really sort of, it's come to the fore. It's really been highlighted. Just keep chopping and changing directions. They're bringing in managers that they don't want to spend the sort of money that they would be looking to spend on ready-made players. You know, they haven't cleared players out that have been a longer issue than especially like Antonio Conte, and expecting them to work and develop with these guys. But like you also alluded to as well, I've said this many times, that we're using some of our best young prospects and they're bracking themselves to go across Europe and break into first teams there, because there's no pathway for them at Tottenham. And all of it has sort of culminated and led to exactly where we are today, where you've got a squad where you've got some players that were, you know, pulling in the right direction, other players that are pulling in another right direction. You've got other players who are self-serving themselves. As soon as they get dropped under a manager, they're up to Daniel Levy's door, get rid of him, he's doing this, he's doing that. And all it is, the manager change, the only thing that benefits is them, because under the new manager, they're back out there again. Everything's all forgiven. And for me, it's absolutely, you know, bonkers what's happened here the last 4 years. It fucks me off. I am one of them, though. I do hope that the next appointment can sort of drag us out of this, because I can't watch this shit any longer.
I can't watch this shit. I mean, I've become so disillusioned with the club that I grew up loving, going up to London with my granddad and my uncle and my cousin watching. the good times are gone. The last time we saw something one was when Wood slammed that goal in past Chelsea. I was there with my family, you know, in that match.
Yeah, that game, yeah.
Other good memories I have of going to the lane with my granddad, you know, and my family. And I was at that last match when the lane was going to be closed down. My granddad looked at his season ticket seat. He goes, I've had this seat for 30 years. I won't get it back ever again. The memories I have. And it's like, what do you do when you see like your granddad and your love for your club because what your granddad and uncle were showing you? My granddad's got VHS tapes from the 60s, 70s, 80s and 90s, all Tottenham stuff. And I used to grow up as a kid idolising these young players like your Ozzy Ardiles, your Linekers, your Gazzers, all these players when you're 4 or 5 years old and you don't know what football is. But then as you start getting older and understand, you watch these tapes, you watch these masters on the pitch. I'm going to call these now these men that were playing football back then.
Yeah.
I look at some of our players now, and half of them can't even be asked to pull their socks up and play for the team, as long as they're getting paid each week. And I seriously think that players should be paid when they get played. Not all right. You've got a 6-month injury, you're going to get paid, mate.
Do you know what? Eventually, it's going to have to go that way because. You know, eventually clubs will get pissed off, shelling out thousands of pounds every week, millions of pounds every month on wages for players to develop egos and fuck them about. So eventually, something like that will end up coming in down the line where it's like, well, with the amount of money that's on offer, you know, you get paid to play and that's it. So be interested to see if it goes down. Because I agree with you. I mean, like, you know, at Tottenham, you're getting players rolled out there. They're getting paid over 50 grand a week. They don't care what they do on the pitch. They don't care about the fans. Some of them don't care about the club with some of their performances and stuff like that. And it's like all they're doing is just milking Tottenham. That's all they're doing. It sees as a cash.
It's the players milking the wages from the higher ups, and the higher ups treating us as customers now, not fans.
Yeah.
Now I saw a guy earlier on saying, "Oh, we're the bricks of the stadium." No, we were the bricks in White Hart Lane. Our stadium got tore down to make this sports arena complex where you can host all these different things. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a massive NFL fan. I don't mind 2 games a season at the Lane. It gets me to go to London, you know. It's just when we take losses and then you hear we're proud to announce that Beyonce's going to be doing this in the summer. I don't agree with shit like that. I want to know the direction of the football club, and I couldn't care if a multi-billion-pound singer's coming to the stadium. What are you doing to rectify the team? Yeah. What are you doing to rectify this loss? What are you going to do rectifying these players that are spitting their dummies out and getting these managers sacked because they don't want to put the effort in? Jose had it right. Conte's had it right. There are players at this club that aren't good enough to be at the club, or don't pull their weight, or don't train as hard as the others. Why are they getting in the club? Why are they getting new contracts? Dyer, the biggest con of a player going. I've got the reasons why we're keeping Dyer around. It's pretty simple. He's an English player, meets the quota for homegrown when we're in Europe, although he played in Portugal. I still find this one weird. Played in Portugal for a bit. Plays for England, not deemed an English player. It's just...
Yeah, it's madness.
And he's been in this country, God knows how long, playing and training the sport. So how is he not an English player? But he's kept on for the English player quota. Ben Davis kept on for the homegrown quota again. Because he's under the Welsh FA, he's deemed as a technically foreign player. Yeah. Which is another weird one. This is supposed to be the United Kingdom. I mean, I have a weird one with the Football Association of England anyway. I think it should all just be one governing body with Scotland being on their own, you know, England, Scotland, not Scotland, England, Wales, Ireland, all as one thing. And then those players can be in teams, so these teams don't have to shell out and pay 50-60 million pound on a player that's probably only worth 20-30 million because of the quote English tax that we have on players over here. We have a long backlog of players from when Poch was sacked that, you know, wasn't getting in the first team. Your Dyers, your Davises, your Sanchez's barely got a sniff in when Poch was around. Now they're our first team choices. It baffles my mind, and I have to shake my head and wobble sometimes when Dyer's on the pitch. I wouldn't even trust that guy to be the kit man.
That's the biggest thing that baffles me. It's like, you know, I think we want to get back to where Poch is so bad that, we hang on to these guys without actually realising and scrutinising and going, hang on. When Poch had his first 11 available, these guys were nowhere near it, which should tell you they're nowhere near to continue on under Jose Mourinho, under Conte, or even to this day. But even since then, over the last 4 years, we've had constant reminders that they're not good enough. But here we are, still here. Here we are, potentially giving one of them a contract. It boggles my bloody mind, man.
With Dyer, I think he's like one of those common, guys around knocking on your front door trying to sell you a dream, walks away with your money. Yeah. The guy is, I used to call him bang average. Now he's below average to me because of the constant mistakes, the lack of pace, the lack of vision for a pass. He doesn't track back. He doesn't work well with Remoro. Then you see Remoro making these rash tackles because Dyer's mistakes. I keep saying this on other people's channels as well. Remoro needs a Vidic or a Ferdinand next to him. Yeah. He needs that leader next to him, not an Eric Dyer. You need your John Terrys, your Ledley Kings, that kind of a player to help mould Remoro into a defensive destroyer that he can be, but won't get these silly bookings or sending offs that we keep seeing from him every now and then. But then I look back on our season, and most of the time I think if we didn't have Remoro, we'd be further down where we are down the table. Not just Kane and Son, but Remoro has bailed us out quite a few times as well. Hugo was great at the start of the season, was bailing this out, and then the shit hit the proverbial fan. Player power. I think myself personally, the manager should be in control of what goes on. Not your director of football, not your higher ups. If a player isn't playing well, he should be the one getting sacked or put on suspension and leave,
Yeah. I agree. It'd be nice to see players exiled for 2 weeks, no wages. Might get them to buck up their ideas.
See them shopping down at Lidl because they can't afford to go to Harrods.
Yeah, exactly that. You're absolutely spot on. And look, I don't understand if you got a club that's got and you got the problems we do, why not adopt that? It's like, okay, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. 2 weeks, fine. Go and train with the under-21s and then serve that.
I wouldn't even put them with the under-21s. I'd make them wash the players' boots off with toothbrushes as a punishment. That's what we did in the youth team when I was in the Brighton youth setup, my friend. If you back chat your manager or your coaches or anything like that, you're in the boot room with the afternoon scrubbing the boots off, the mud off with toothbrushes.
Different era, though. You can't have consequences anymore. You can't have punishments anymore to get people to fall in line. It's different era now. I think they should definitely bring back some of that sort of.
It's become too soft in I think that side of it. The youngsters nowadays, when they're looking at players to grow up to, especially at Tottenham, what have we got to look to? Kane, Son. Yeah. Apart from, who else can you point out in our team that you can be, right, that's who I want to emulate? When I was a kid growing up, even though I'm a Spurs first, I wanted to be Peter Schmeichel. He was my hero, my idol. He was the GOAT to me for goalkeepers. And nowadays, what the kids have to look forward to at Spurs, it's just Kane and Son. I mean, thanks to Ryan throwing me under the bus earlier on, saying about Højbjerg. The thing with Højbjerg was he was a big fish in a small pond at Southampton, and now he's just a small fish in a big pond at Spurs. And I've found him out so many times. I mean, he's one of those players that you tell to go out and do a job, where to be, where to stand, what to do, and he'll go out and do it, but he won't do the other stuff that is required of a midfielder. Yeah. Looking at, I'm going to sound a bit out of order on Winksy, but he's had an average season. Sarr, they had a pretty good couple of months and then he's fallen off the wagon. Now, being a Brighton lad, I miss seeing Basuma around Brighton whenever he's out and about in the town, saying hello to fans and going shopping and stuff. But I know long COVID has affected him this season. But when he came on the other day, I was at Villa. I was like, finally, we're actually going to see some forward passing. Yeah. There was a lot of fans at the start of the season saying, why are we signing Basuma? He hasn't got that in him, blah, blah, blah. He's a defensive player, same as what we have. But then I've had the joy of watching Brighton every now and then because my aunt having a season ticket. I'll go with my cousin. And seeing Basuma play,
Yeah.
I was like, this kid's got something going for him if he moves to a bigger team. He's playing out of position and not given a chance to play. I've got a list of about 15 players I'd love to see sold or their contracts just ripped up in front of their face. Do the Arsenal one. And, when Arteta come in, I want this one, and this one gone. Either sell them or rip their contracts up. What did their board do? Sold them on the cheap or rip the contract up?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we've got 8 players coming back next season off a loan, and then the rules change next season that clubs can only send us, I think it's 6 or 7 players. So then we've got 8 players coming back, which half of those players we couldn't even sell for a Mars bar right now. Endon Ballet coming back. He's now a Scudetto winner. When he comes back to the slot, look at him and give him a chance. I think that I've been his biggest critic since I was at that match where he decided to go for a nice jolly stroll around the pitch and come off. We were all booing him.
I don't think Slot will give him a chance, though, man, to be honest with you. I think, you look at him in terms of effort off the ball. I don't think he'll fit into Slot's system where he wants people to press and get after the ball. And Dembele's not that guy, so I'll be very surprised. And plus, I'll be very surprised. Well, not surprised, but I think it'd be stupid if Daniel Levy allowed him to wear Tottenham jersey again after getting pissed off with the fans and sort of trudging off the pitch to say, fuck you. For me, I think it'd be absolutely silly to...
There would be a poke in the eye for us fans if he was to be back in a shirt and playing. But then no team is going to want to cough up 200 grand a week for him, and let alone pay us at least 20, 30 million for him. Our best bet is to just tear his contract up. Winks, he's coming back. He's got a year left in his contract. Rip his contract up. The sell side, there isn't a bad player in there, but he's not exactly built for the Premier League. So, which we found out, he's constantly injured and only turns up for Argentina.
Yeah.
So there's 3 players gone.
We've a lot of work to do, my man. We have a hell of a lot of work to do this summer. Hopefully we can even just get through fucking half of it, man. Because if we don't, we're fucked again next season. We're absolutely fucked again next season. But Corey, thank you for your time this evening. And I really appreciate it, my man. Hopefully we get to speak to you again soon.
Yeah, so cheers, man. Thanks for having me on.
No, thank you. Very well spoken. Very good points. Don't really disagree with a lot of them. So pick yourself up, my man.
Cheers, boss. Have a good evening.
After yourself, all right? Don't get struck down by COVID.
Yeah, learn to keep away from people with it. Don't shake their hands.
But big up, Corey. Thanks for your time, my man. We'll speak again soon.
Bye-bye.
Big up. Everyone, give Corey a lot of love in the comments. First time I sort of spoke to Corey. Very, very good conversation. A lot of very good points. So everyone, give him a lot of love in the comments. Now we're down to our last 2 guests. And these are the last 2 I'm taking. And then I will be ending off because I still have to get everything ready for tomorrow as well, which is a nice early start at 9 a.m. So, and I still have to get dinner as well. So hopefully you guys can forgive me. But look, let's get on KPV. I've got a serious question to ask this guy.
Hello.
Hello, KPV.
Hello.
Keeping well, my man. Did I see you in an Arsenal jersey last night?
Don't bring that up, David, like Ben from Tottenham TV did.
I'll let you away with it, so I'll let you away with it. Right, KPV. Arne Slot, what's your thoughts?
Like, he just won the Dutch league. He stopped Ajax dominance. Like, yeah. So, I actually wouldn't mind him. Like, yeah, he, as everyone said, he prefers to work with younger players. Like, we've got at least, I think, 2, Kane, Skip, I think, Son, Kulu, Bentekers, Bentancur, I know he's young. Like, I saw a rumour saying that we're not going to sign Kulu permanently. Like, we are not going to sign him, but that's not true. We're going to sign him permanently, and we're going to get him permanently. That's not true. Like, we're not going to sign him permanently, but apparently, but that is not. We are going to sign him permanently. So I don't know why someone brought this up on Google saying that, oh, just let know we're not going to sign him permanently, but they know it is true, but we are. So I don't know why.
Are you happy with the recruitment focus that we'll probably end up going down, where it's going to be more so young and up and coming players? Are you happy with that recruitment focus rather than being ready-made now players?
I'd like some maybe ready out players, like big name. I'd like big name players, because maybe young players, like, that doesn't really help us win anything normally. Like, we need big name players. Like, yeah, so big name players is what we need that can maybe get us successful. Like, I know people are saying, "Oh, Slot ain't gonna win anything with us," but like, then if he isn't, then there's only one man that can, and that was Randy Ramos, who but I know he's a serial winner. Like, he's won it, but no chance. But this guy can. He's just won the Dutch league with what? Yeah, Feyenoord. So he can win a trophy. Like, he's just won one already. So why can't he? Like, we want a trophy. We don't want to keep finishing top four like them lot who have just bottled the league. Have finished top four. Like, people saying, someone said, "Oh, top four is a trophy." Like, that's not a trophy. So
Yeah.
we want we want actual trophies, not, oh, top four isn't, like, that's not a trophy. We want to lift one, and like that's what we want. So Levy needs to do his job, get his checkbook out, get splash the cash, and get Slot the players he wants, and he needs to get behind him. Like, just do your job, Daniel Levy, and back the guy. Like, you haven't backed managers since he took over the club in 2001, and he's not backed anyone. None of them have been backed. So this guy needs to be backed. And like, I know people probably asked during the week, I watched one of your videos, is Poch a traitor like anyone else? But Poch, he's going to be in that Chelsea dugout wearing a Chelsea suit and that, like Mourinho did when he was wearing Tottenham in 2019. Like,
does that make him a traitor though, KPB?
Like, not really, but when he comes,
I'm still here.
When he comes to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, like, I won't boo him anything. I would just say, "Why are you doing this to us?" Like everyone else has.
Do you know what though, KPV? It's not his fault. Like, Tottenham never came calling, and we can't ask the guy to put his career on hold or say no to clubs that are at his level. You know, when we've had the opportunity there, like, that guy's been sitting around for half a season. We've had the opportunity to pull the trigger on Conte before that, get him in. We never done it. We had the opportunity to once we did pull the trigger on Conte to go and get Pochettino in. We never done it. We gave it to Stellini. Once we stacked Stellini, we could have went and spoke to Pochettino again. We didn't. We brought in Ryan Mason, you know, and it's sort of like, even though we had the opportunity still to go and speak to Pochettino, knowing that Chelsea were going to offer him, we chose not to. So for me, I don't think you can call Poch a traitor. I don't think you can put this on Pochettino, because it's us that, you know, never went near him.
Yeah, true. Like, I don't think you can. Like, I know some of the fans are probably going to say calling him a traitor, but he's not. It's Daniel Levy that's to blame for this. It's not Poch's fault, and it's DL. It's Daniel Levy that's to blame for this. Like, the guy leaves Tottenham. The man said he would rather work on a farm than manage Arsenal. He didn't even mention saying that he would rather work on a farm than manage Chelsea, because when he was at Europe, he said Chelsea were our biggest rivals, and he got the better of them a few times, including that winner White Hart Lane in that 5-3 victory when Kane scored 2 goals, and I think that was his first goal against the big team. And like, he won the North London derby when Kane scored twice in another London derby. So he's got the better of Chelsea in the past a few times, but never lost at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium when he wasn't there. That was under Jose. So
let me ask you about another person that's leaving KPV. I seen you putting in the private chat there saying Lucas Moura is a legend. So why is Lucas Moura a legend for one night in Amsterdam? Tell me why.
because like he is, because Dele Alli, I believe, got 2 assists, and Llorente, I know, got it with his knee and gave Dele Alli to assist him. And because, like, if we didn't win that game, then we wouldn't be going into the final. Like, he's the one that got us there, not HK Kane, because Lucas is a legend for that night, because we wouldn't have had no other attackers. Like, we need, I know Son missed the first leg at home, but that's why Lucas is a legend for that night in Amsterdam, because that still gives me goosebumps from when I watched the game. And I should have gone to Amsterdam actually, but I know Ben and Sim did. Expressions didn't. Extra Max didn't, but I know George Achilles did. Some of the others went. Like, I should have gone there, and I would have screamed louder for when he scored that hat trick.
Would have seen you down celebrating, jumping on Lucas Moura, right? Would have seen you on the pylon.
You probably would have seen me celebrating on him, because Dele Alli, Jan, Toby ran to him for that hat trick he scored. Like, the comeback was on, and like someone on, I think an account on Twitter has been asking what's the best comeback, and some people say it's Liverpool versus Barcelona, but nah, man, it's Tottenham Ajax. Like, Tottenham versus Ajax in Amsterdam, the best comeback. And it was last week, was the anniversary when that happened, and Kane was actually in the stands, and Wanyama, I believe, missed the second leg because he got injured in the first. So, and Kane ran from the stands onto the pitch. I know his ankle was still not good, but he must have ran. And Jermaine Genius is still speechless. And Down Fletcher commentated on it. So big up Down Fletcher for commentating on it. And Glenn Hoddle, I know people must have saw his reaction in the studio. Wow! That was Rio Ferdinand, who actually, I think Gary Lineker was saying they only need 2 goals, and Lucas got all 3. So thanks for the memories, Lucas. You'll always be Spurs forever, as he said, as he announced, but he's going back to Brazil. So,
well, we don't know yet. He could end up in Saudi Arabia with Hugo. He could end up, I think there's a couple of other clubs across Europe maybe potentially looking at him. So it'd be interesting to see where he ends up, KPV. It'd be very, very, very interesting for sure.
Unai Emery was the one that actually sold him from PSG to us in January 2018, because when that season finished, we were the first club to not sign a player in the summer that year. And since, 2003 or 90 something, whatever, in the 90s, like, that was the first time. And we were challenging for the league against Liverpool, Man City, like 3 wins, and thanks for the brace at Old Trafford. And I think he was the first person to score the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. But he scored a hat trick against Huddersfield. Wanyama got one as well. So he's like, so thanks for the memories, kid, and good luck where you go. Like, but I wonder if Unai Emery's going to want him back, but now he's going to just go somewhere that you can get first team football with. Like, I don't know, go to a big team like Real Madrid or someone else, but just not in the Premier League, kid. Because if you're joining someone that are rivals, we won't want to see you play. But good luck wherever you go. But just like, good luck wherever you go, kid, and you're welcome back anytime, but as a coach, but not as a player. Coach. And big up to Paul Robinson, who said Arsenal were going to bottle any hope. So big up Paul Robinson. The song on Twitter, I've seen it, I retweeted about 11 red bottle jobs play for Arsenal. It's on TikTok, THFC Frank 1. Check out his TikTok account, people, and you'll see the video on there. Go and comment on it. And it's in a WhatsApp group. I'm with Will here, THFC Rants. And I'm off to play FIFA again because I'm still doing Ultimate Team and career mode. So I'm going to build a best team.
Who are you managing? Tottenham? Arsenal?
Tottenham, man, because I've still got Kane, and I've won the league with him like 3 or 4 times, and he's won it. So he's won me every trophy there is with Son and Cooley. So at least he's finally won something.
Love it.
So,
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, love it. Well, KPV,
I'm out, everyone. I'll see you all hopefully on Monday after we beat Brentford tomorrow. And the players, like, some of them deserve the boo and some of them don't. I know Kane had a brilliant goal scoring season. Son, I know he hasn't had a good one, but he has been looking to his old self. Scored 11 Premier League goals or 10, and so yeah. But tomorrow, get the win on the last home game of the season. I know 2 seasons ago we didn't when we played Villa. We lost 2-1 the last home game. So hopefully not a repeat. Brentford, let's smack them because Tony ain't going to play now for 8 months. So
yeah,
see you, Brentford. And I want to big up that West Ham fan for stopping the AZ Alkmaar fans from attacking the West Ham players' families, and the West Ham fan for protecting his girlfriend because he stopped them AZ Alkmaar people from attacking. So big up West Ham fan. Congrats, but you're not going to win the Conference League because if they do, they'll be the only London club to win a trophy, but hopefully not. Hopefully Fiorentina wins. But I'm out, people. I'm off. And as always, Levy out. Who let the dogs out? It's going to be Corey, and hopefully Corey's all right after, I heard that. But hopefully everyone enjoyed the game tomorrow. And as always, Levy out.
Big up KPV, my man. Big yourself up, and speak to you soon.
See you soon.
See you, my man. Ever big up KPV. You gotta love that kid. Absolutely love him. You know, Tottenham on FIFA, Tottenham on Football Manager. Absolutely love him. So big up KPV, and it's absolutely spot on. You know about the scenes last night. Very sad to see it. To be honest with you, very very sad to see after the West Ham and AZ Alkmaar game. You've seen a lot of West Ham players starting to go over and get involved because a lot of their families were in that section. So sad scenes last night, very sad scenes. But look, we're down to our last guest of the evening. We have been going on for 4 hours, getting Spurs fans on, listening to what they have to say. So surely that warrants a like on the stream. Surely that wants a subscribe if you're new tuning in. And feel free to throw in a super chat to help show your support for this channel and everything we do here. But we are down to the last guest of the evening. Let's get him on. It is the one and only Donovan, all the way from Canada. Let's hear what he has to say. Oh, which one is he? Oh, here he is. Big up, Donovan.
Hey, how's it going, man? I'm in the library right now. Yeah, I got him right here for you, but the internet's a little bit sketchy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, my man. I can hear you fine. Well, look, what do you want to talk about? Do you want to stay on Arne Slot?
Well, yeah, I just want to get that off my chest, man. Like, good to see you, man, and good 4 hours. Hey, that's good for you, man. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced by the man. He's unproven. I mean, in my opinion, we need to go for Roberto. Ooh, sketchy internet. Can you hear me?
I can still hear you. Keep speaking away. The picture's a bit, but don't worry about that. Keep speaking away, my man. Look.
Okay. So yeah, I believe in Roberto De Zerbi. I believe in Roberto De Zerbi. When you have a manager that's Premier League proven, comes out and then pre-match and press and can confidently say they're going to beat our most historic rival.
Oh. You there, Donovan? Donovan, are you there, my man? I'll give you another minute, my man, to try logging out and log back in. I'll give you another minute, brother. We'll give Donovan another minute, so we will. But KPV raises a good point about, if Arsenal win that Europa Conference League, it will be a bit sickening, but it does go to show if you do take cup competition seriously how far you can go in them, So if we are in it next year, I would like to see us sort of give it a good go. You know, I wouldn't mind being in a European final whatsoever at all. Also, big up Paddy Harnett there as well, who came in, said he never got a notification. I'm not sure why that is, Paddy. I presume you've already hit the notification bell, which alerts you every time I go live. I know sometimes with me, when I subscribe to channels and hit the notification bell and all, sometimes it just automatically comes off. I don't know why, so maybe just hit it again and make sure. But big up, Paddy. Good to see you, my man, and hopefully you are keeping well. We've got Donovan back in. You there, Donovan?
Hopefully the camera off will help. I'm just in bad Wi-Fi.
Work away. So what were you saying, my man?
Just quickly that De Zerbi, man, he deserves a shot. I mean, if you're going to come out in the press and confidently say you're going to beat our historic rivals at their stadium in their best ever season in 10 years and do it, I mean, you got the cojones to do it. And he went off and absolutely terrified Mason. He came into the touchline there and walked in with his chest out, swinging his package around, saying, "You know what? This is my stadium. This is me. This is who I am. This is what I can bring." And what he's done with that Brighton team is absolutely nothing short than world class. With that group of players, you have to ask yourself: is that him, or is that Potter? Is that the Brighton recruitment? And if that's the so, then you have to start recruiting their backroom staff, because we're looking for them as well.
You know what, though? I think the answer is simple, to be honest. I think it is down to De Zerbi. Look, obviously Brighton's recruitment is what helps every manager succeed, right? But you look at Graham Potter, you know, whether people, you know, want to admit this or not, you know, he's got trouble with his team finding the back of the net. At Brighton, he went through about 6 or 7 different strikers. You know, none of them could find the back of the net regularly. You look at Chelsea. Okay, he doesn't really have a striker to work with, but Havertz was scoring goals under Thomas Tuchel. You know, and Chelsea are now a team that has started to struggle to score goals. So for me, as exciting as people think Potter Ball is, and as great as they think he is, you know, he's not, like, he doesn't have a good plan going forward. They don't put the ball in the back of that nowhere near enough. Whereas you look at De Zerbi, he's elevated Brighton even further. Plus, they lost a lot of their coaches. They lost a lot of backroom staff that went with Graham Potter to Chelsea. So for me, I do think it is an indication on how good De Zerbi is.
They're relying on a young, unproven Ferguson. Totally. I mean, you are asking questions about his personality and his volatility and his actual, like, sanity at some levels of the game. But I mean, at this point, at this level of stage, you got the likes of the Newcastles, you got the Arsenals, you got the Liverpools, you got the Chelseas, you got the Uniteds and the Cities. I want a fighter, man. I want somebody who's willing to go in there and not give a crap what anyone says, right? And if you're going to manage Tottenham, you're going to have to be a certain kind of character, because the amount of pressure that comes with this job, not just like from the English media, but it just seems that the world will love to kick Tottenham any chance they can get. And we need somebody who can fight back. I'm not convinced with Arnie. I mean, anyone can go like, I manage Dave, I manage a club here in Canada, and I can win a league. You know what I mean? It's like, no, you have to be tested. You got to go out and you got to go out and prove, man. You got to go like these amazing tactics of the high pressing center backs and the sweeper keeper. Like, I mean, that's good and all when you're playing against Eagles, the go ahead Eagles, right? And Vitesse, right? You recrown. But when you come up against the likes of City and the likes of, well, not even City, you come against Brentford or struggling Leeds United in a relegation battle, like those questions, that's when the tactics are going to come unraveling for me. And if you're going to put somebody in there that has no experience, why not you put Mason? Why wouldn't you put Mason in? So if you're going to go down that route of having no Premier League, just save your book and then put all the money towards the rebuild. But I'm not here to push Mason. I'm here to push De Zerbi, because I've been debating him for a long time. I had my eye on him since he came to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And now that we're entering the summer transfer window, yeah.
Do you know what, though, Donovan? I'm not convinced that De Zerbi would leave Brighton to come to Tottenham. No, it looks like they're going to finish ahead of us, and they got a European campaign coming up. He's got a lot of good players there to work with at Brighton and stuff like that. I'm not, you know, and he's got a lot of players.
Yeah, we'd have to beat them
coming into the start of their career, like an Evan Ferguson and stuff like that. Even if you move to Tottenham, you've got Kane and his son coming towards the end of their career and stuff like that. So I'm not 100% convinced.
It'd be a perfect transition.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It'd be like a Pochettino scenario. It'd be like a Pochettino scenario. And this time, you've learned the lessons of the past. You didn't back him. You didn't bring in Sadio Mane when you knew you should have. I mean, now look what happens where it happened this Saturday, right? So if you bring in a Brighton, you're gonna have to bring in the players he wants. You're gonna have to bring in the mentality he wants. And you nailed it right on the head there. I mean, if you want him, you're gonna have to beat him. Okay. We beat him at the stadium. We could argue it was a couple bad calls, but you also have to beat him to Europe. We have to beat him to the post. There's a saying here in Canada for politics: first man past the post. All right, you got to get there first, man, because everybody knows who discovers that new land is the one who gets it, right? So, if we can beat Brighton to the Conference League, or if we can beat them to the Europa League, then I confidently have no problem with him. And it's football. I mean, it's a game of many emotions. You guys touched on this Arne Slot, will his window of opportunity to advance close soon? And this might be this opportunity for De Zerbi of like, wow, a lot of tension's on you right now. If Brighton have a season that I'm predicting they won't be as good as they will next year. I mean, that chance for him to get that big next move combined with his volatile nature, it might never happen again in the likes of coming to a club like Tottenham or like that club that wants to push on to the next level. I don't see him being good enough to go to a City or Real or a PSG when that job opens up. So this is the perfect stepping stone for him going forward, for him personally, for his career.
I hear you on De Zerbi, and I suppose when you look at it, like, you got McAllister, he's probably out of there this summer. Moises Caicedo, he's probably out of there this summer. It wouldn't surprise to see someone go for who's the little nippy winger they have? What's his name?
Oh, Mitoma. Yeah.
Mitoma. Wouldn't surprise to see maybe a move on the cards for him and stuff like that. But one thing I think he definitely backs Brighton to do is bring in guys that he can work with that are good enough to replace these guys. Coming to Tottenham, I don't think De Zerbi would have them assurances, and there's a lot more work to do. So for me, I think I would like De Zerbi. I would, and I think he's obviously a lot less of a risk than Arne Slot. But like I said,
it's about the recruitment. I think Ryan knocked it perfect on the head earlier. That nothing's going to happen if this ownership group doesn't change, and it'll be like, I feel like a broken record here. Like, banging my head against the wall every summer. We're talking in the exact same scenario. Like, oh, this will be the summer. This will be the summer. Well, ultimately, it comes down to it. Hey, man, like, you've fucked around with Harry Kane and Son for the last so many years, right? I mean, like you haven't built a team around the best generational talent this club has ever seen. So, I mean, you saw the picture of him standing out there at the mural with his hands across his chest. Like, hey, is he proud of the mural, or he's like, where's my trophy? Where's my statue? He's preaching a new level. He's reaching a new level, Harry Kane. He's even surprising the likes of like one of his biggest supporters, man. Like, he's doing bicycle kicks now, and he's doing awesome. Like, I don't want to jinx the guy, but his Canadian specialist that flies over every week is helping him with his injury record, and he's really, you can tell he's going to go after that all-time scoring record. Personally, I believe that like, I saw that documentary of Alan Shearer comes out, and he said how winning the top goal scorer title with Newcastle meant more than him to winning a trophy. And I think that was a shout out towards Harry Kane. I think I was saying, hey, you'll have more prolonged longevity if you stay with Tottenham. But that's just speculation at this point.
The thing is with Alan Shearer, though, Donovan, is that it's easy for him to say that because he won a Premier League at like 19, I think it was, with Blackburn Rovers. So it's sort of easy.
It'd be awesome if Tottenham won their first Conference League or something. Like something like, just get that silverware duck, break that duck. The point is, though, that Harry Kane is too good of a player to not have some kind of accolade at the end of his career. And agreed. I mean, not everybody is going to be the Premier League top leading goal scorer. So
I agree. I agree with that for sure, my man. For sure. And also, Lucas Moura, legend for that night in Amsterdam, or not?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, I mean, what defines being a legend? Like, is one night of work going to be enough? You can argue that he pulled that same level out of performance against Huddersfield at home, Manchester United away. Yeah. Did we see the level of consistency that we knew Lucas Moura could hit for consistently? Over and over and over again. I tell my players that there's no point of being a 10 out of 10 one match week out of 5 when you're a 4 or 5 the rest. So I'm always going to thank him for the memories that he's had and given me. Yeah. It's really hard to shake his performance at Everton what happened at Anfield this year. Those wounds are still fresh, but I believe I'm a strong believer in forgiveness and redemption, and I wish him the best of luck, because I mean no other Spurs player has done that in a long time. And that being said, we've seen the likes of Harry Kane show up in finals. We've seen the likes of Son play in finals, right? And so I always thank him. He's a legend. He's a legend for me. He's always gonna have my respect.
He's a legend for you. You know what? For me, I can't do it, my man. It's not in me to, put him down as a legend. I'm not even sad that he's gone, if you want me to be brutally honest. For me, I've always sort of considered him average. I've considered him very frustrating a lot of the times. And it's sort of like, I find it very hard to have any sentiment towards them sort of players, For me, like Kane and Son, who play week in, week out, give their all for the badge, fine. When it comes to Lucas Moura, it's like, he probably had a legendary moment, but I find it hard to give him love and stuff like that, because I feel he's been more disappointing than what I have said.
More of a martyr than a legend, hey?
Yeah. That's just me. Maybe I need to live a little and, love a little.
No, it's called having standards. It's holding standards, and it's fans like you and me that need to hold that high standard of the club. And you're right. I mean, he's just a Brazilian Daniel James at the end of the day. I mean, he just relies on his pace. He just relies on his pace and his trickery. Right? At the end of the day, he's not gonna really do much. But you have to admit, man, for a little 5'6" guy, he can jump. Oh my God, that guy has a leap, man. And I mean, there's something obviously that Tottenham saw in him. It just seems, for some reason, we'll never know what, maybe until after, maybe when his Amazon documentary comes out, they'll figure out why he never reached the levels he did.
Do you know what it was? Do you know what it was with him at PSG, right? When they first sort of got hold of him, and for a couple of seasons, Luka Morris was outstanding. He was getting on the ball, running down the wing, cutting in, producing rockets, putting rockets into the top corner. But towards the end of his time at PSG, he was sort of dropped because that was no longer there. And of course, Spurs went and picked him up, thinking they could get him back to that level. And it just never happened. It just never happened. And
there's a lesson to be learned there then. And that goes to our recruitment, right? And that goes to our head of chief scouting and our director of football now. Like, hey, I don't know, man. Like, you can lead a horse to water all you want. At the same time, though, it's like fool me once, fool you. You know what I mean? You can't go back to those players now. And going forward, we need to, like you said earlier, and some other people in the show, you need to lay out a plan. All right, find that balance between youthful that you can bring forward and develop, but also solid, reliable veterans that are Dave, like you said, that are reliable. Because you need somebody, you need the Jordan Hendersons of the world, right? You need the Gundigans of the world, right? You need the Granit Xhaks, unfortunately, right? You just need those players that are always going to be there, and posting quiz is amazing, but like at the end of the day, it's like, I mean, you needed a trophy, and you know what? Hey, you know what? Maybe his pride away from this is that I should have started the final. Maybe that's what he's thinking. You know what I mean? Yeah.
You should have started the final.
And maybe we're talking a different day. Maybe we're talking about a different thing there, and if that happened, right? So, like, it's learning from your past mistakes and just pushing forward. Because if not, I mean, this ownership group needs to go, man.
Spot on, but just back to Lucas Moura, because we bought Serge Aurier off PSG, same sort of thing, thinking we could get him back to a level. It's like at Tottenham, we should be buying players that are in form at a club, not taking gambles on players that are out of form, and maybe we're looking to get them back to that level. Because for me, once a player sort of lost that level, it's very, very hard to claw it back, and when they've lost that level, it's either down to their body can no longer do it, or mentally they can no longer do it. It's one or the other.
Speaking of that exact analogy you just put there, Dave, like Serge Aurier, right? Like, yeah, I was really torn between that. Like, I watched him, he had that amazing game against Dortmund. You thought he was this amazing player, and then Harry Kane's beating him in the air against Forest, right? And there was a really good picture of him beating Serge Aurier in the air, and Serge is like what's going on, right? Because he doesn't know how to defend. You flash forward to now, 2023, the January transfer window. we go and pick up the best informed wing back in the world with Pedro Porro. I mean, we saw him dominate us on the wing there. Last year, we picked up Christian Romero, right, the best defender of Serie A. So I can tell that we're starting to take the right steps forward. But when you go and sign the likes of Joe Rodon, pardon me, I gotta tuck my teeth here. When you go and sign the likes of Joe Rodon for 15 million, but we'll refuse to pay the extra 2 million for Kim Min-jae, that's when you need to start sorting things out. And you have no damn problem increasing the ticket prices and these membership rates. Like the week before Harry Kane is going to make an ultimatum, like just to exploit the fans more. I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious the direction this club's heading, and the priorities of the management and the ownership group. And I mean, like that's just a conversation for another day. Like there's so much to go into this summer, and it's one thing at a time. It's one thing at a time, man.
Yeah. Got to get the director of football and the manager in first, and then I suppose we can start talking about transfers, Donovan. I suppose then. But look, maybe last question for you, my man. Of course, it being the last home game of the season tomorrow, it's usually where players stay out on the field, clap, maybe bring their families out and stuff like that. Look, I don't agree with, if they've got their families on the pitch booing them and stuff like that. But at the same time, I don't believe they should be applauded either, Donovan. So what reaction should them players get tomorrow?
Who we're playing Brentford tomorrow at home, right? Brentford. Yeah. Well, honestly, if this club had any bit of class, we would be hauling out Hugo Lloris for two reasons, not just for and Moura, not just for the service they did. I mean, it's both sides. They're great servants for the club, especially speaking now on Hugo. I mean, 11 years, tip your flat cap, right? That's amazing. That being said, like, face the music, okay? Like, it's 11 years, all right? And you know how you performed at the end. You know how you performed at your top peak, all right? So this is it. This is it. Part of being a man is going up and facing some of the shit you don't want to do, right? And whatever happened in that dressing room.
Part of it is facing up to the consequences of your actions, right?
Exactly. And hey, if you want to throw your toys out the pram and not come out of the second half 7-1 down when you're an icon of a club, then I mean there's some retribution that needs to be had for that. And if there's a small group of fans, there's a small tiny group of fans who want to unleash that frustration, we have to trust as fans that the greater majority will overtake that, kind of overshadow that, because like we got to go back to the days when Heung-min Son was winning like 4 or 5 personal accolades trophy and beaming at it and everything, right? And calling out with Michael Dawson, is that his name? Dawson. They got a club affiliate there who played with Dudley King at the center back there.
Oh, Michael Dawson,
yeah, Michael Dawson in his suit coming out, beaming and smiling and giving everybody, you know what I mean? We need to bring that back, that level of pride. We don't want to see the likes of another season of we're booing a player off the pitch. All right, we don't want to see another season of divide amongst the fans. But it's going to be a painful rebuild, and unfortunately, we have to look at the facts. I mean, we've drifted a long ways from where we need to be as a club, and you have to take the salt with the sugar. You just have to, you know.
Yeah. Do you know what, though? It's a sign of the times, the fact that, and do you know what it is with a lot of some of these guys? Some of them have just been here too long. Fans are just not putting up with it any longer. It's like, and that's where you see, especially in Sanchez's case, Dyer's case, that's where you see the boost coming from. Because it's 3, 4, 5, 6 years worth of this shit. It's not like they've just signed and fans started booing because they're making mistakes. It's like they've put up with it for so long, So I can understand the frustration. Don't get me wrong. It's not something we should get into a habit of doing. But at the same time, if you're going to charge fans the highest prices around to, to be able to support Tottenham in terms of merchandise, in terms of season tickets, etc., and then you're putting players out there that aren't living up to that, well, then that's where it comes from, That's where it comes from. But Donovan, I think we'll end it there, my man. Big yourself.
Yeah, thanks for getting me on, man. It's been a couple of weeks. I've been really busy, and I know you guys have been working hard. So, I'm just glad it worked out today.
No, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for your time, and thanks for waiting around to come on. I really appreciate it, brother.
Last thing I'll just quickly throw out there, just because we're playing Brentford. I'm a real big fan of Ivan Toney. I mean, I think that if Bayern Munich were any had any sense about them, they would just buy out his contract and put him on that weightlifting program for 8 months. Serve his 8 months ban in the gym, and then come back. If Tottenham had any smarts on him, I would snap him up. I'd snap him up and play him in the. I don't know if technically he's allowed to play reserve football or not, but we have a world-class training facility. I know Harry Kane admires the man as well. So, yeah, one of those players that if he comes available, I mean, I would snap him up in a heartbeat, man. Ivan Toney's class.
The only thing is, though, 8 month ban, club ain't going to sign him looking for him to come in January.
Well, he's not going to play any minutes. He's not going to play any minutes with Kane here anyway, right? So, I'm just saying, he'd be like Richarlison. You think about how many times Richarlison got on the pitch in 8 months, maybe like 3 times, right? So, he's definitely one of those players that it's like there's a saying, there you go, take a punt. You take a punt on it, right? So, yeah, I have a big lot of respect for Ivan Toney there. So.
For sure. Donovan, thank you very much, my man, and go and enjoy your Friday evening.
You too, man. Send some rain our way, man. We're cooking over here.
I will, my man. I will. It's fair. Yeah, it's getting cloudy. I've no doubt with you a bit of rain, my man. But big yourself up. Enjoy a bit of what Canada has to offer tonight, and hopefully we'll reconnect for the match tomorrow.
Awesome. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Donovan. Big yourself up. Everyone, big up Donovan. Great call. Really like that guy. I missed his shades, though. He always wears shades. They're quite cool, so I miss them. But everyone, big up Donovan and give him a lot of love in the chat. But that is it from me. Be going on for 4.5 hours today. A lot of Spurs fans who wanted to get on and air their opinions, and that's exactly what this fan show is for. So thank you, everyone, for coming on and using that fan show. Feel free to grab a membership. They're $4.99 a month on the fan show membership to have first access to all of these fan shows that we do here. And just thank you to everybody for tuning in and supporting the channel the way you do. It's absolutely amazing. Big up. Oh, you must be finished, so Matty. I was actually going to send people over to your stream, but it looks like you're finished now. But big up, Matty. Really appreciate that kind words. And he's telling everyone to smash the like button and that. So really appreciate that, Matty. I was actually going to finish up and send people over, but it does look like that Matty is finished. But do get over there. Check out his latest stream where he'll give you all the latest on the managerial search. And also big up Wilson94, my man. I really do appreciate it. And also V Howard M. I really appreciate that. And Ellie as well. She says, love David show. Dave, sorry I didn't come on, my man. Next one. Yeah, Monday. I'm going to hold you to that. And Corey, thanks for coming on, my man. No need to thank me for having you. Thank you for coming on and having your say, my man. Well, look, guys, I'm going to end it here. I'll still have to go off and get the pre-match build-up ready for 9 a.m. tomorrow. So that'll be starting at 9 a.m. And then we'll also be doing the watch-along starting at in and around 12 o'clock tomorrow as well for the game. So hopefully we'll see you all back here. That's it from me. Go and enjoy your Friday evening before maybe more pain ensues tomorrow. As always, come on, you Spurs. And in the Irish Hotspur Army we trust. Every